that feel some type of way about how they were coached relative to Shador and Shiloh and some of the other star players. I'm just saying that type of mentality, that type of favoritism don't fly in the NFL. Now, I get it. You don't treat everybody the same. You do treat everybody fairly. I'm not sure that I would be comfortable if I owned a franchise hiring Deion at this stage in his coaching career. I think there's a little more seasoning that has to happen with that. But for Shador Sanders, I absolutely think that he's going to be a franchise-changing quarterback if he lands in the right circumstance.
Next one, Pat.
Penn State's not going to fire James Franklin, and I think it's crazy that people think that they should. They're super relevant every year. They're going to make the CFP this year, and it's bizarre to me that people pretend like Penn State is a school that has this tremendous history of winning. They won 2 titles 40 years ago. Like, this is who Penn State is as a school. They're relevant every year, and they're not going to fire James Franklin.
You know what's interesting? Last week or a week and a half ago, whatever it was, James Franklin was at a press conference, and he was asked a really serious question about a serious accusation about a former player or two. And he physically removed himself from the podium instead of answering the questions. He should have taken that approach on Saturday when fans were yelling at him walking off the field. Just keep walking. Remove yourself from that. You should have responded to the media asking you questions and not responded to fans heckling you on the way out of that Ohio State game where you can't, I mean, you don't win against good teams. Smalls, you brought up the stat about Mike McDaniel against good teams. James Franklin, 1-10 against Ohio State, 1-9 against top 5 teams.
But what do you get by firing him?
I'm not suggesting you should fire him. I'm saying he made a mistake in interacting with the fans like that. Feels Cowboys-like.
Are you ready to unleash the beast? Monster Energy is here to give you the edge this college tailgate season. Loaded with bold flavors, our powerful blend gives you the energy you need to push you beyond your limits. Tune in all season long with Monster, the energy drink of ESPN Radio College Football Tour. Power your performance with a drink that's as hungry for victory as you are. Crack open an ice-cold Monster and dominate your competition. Monster Energy. Unleash the beast. Grab yours today.
Great game. You got into the end zone again and again. How'd it feel?
Awesome. Like getting a new iPhone again and again. I just got the new iPhone 16 Pro today.
Really?
Yeah. And with AT&T Next Up Anytime, I can upgrade early every year.
Very nice.
Feel like an MVP again. Learn how to get the new iPhone 16 Pro on us and the latest iPhone every year with AT&T Next Up Anytime. AT&T. Connecting changes everything. Offer subject to change. Additional fees, terms, and restrictions apply. $0 offer may not be available on future iPhones. Next Up Anytime feature may be discontinued at any time. See att.com/iPhone for details.
7 o'clock in St. Louis. You're listening to The Morning After. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. Welcome to the Munganess St. Louis Acura Munganess Burger.
What happened?
7 o'clock.
Start it over. Jackson, hit the opening. Hit the Doug Vaughn one. Let's have a whole new show.
I hear buzzing. Is it your mic?
I don't know.
Whose mic is that?
Is it Texter Buzz?
I think it's Tim's. We've had issues with that mic before.
No.
And people are going to be like, oh, you could have tested it.
Probably could have.
I can't turn the mics on. It's going to be hot. I can't do that.
Okay.
Doug, it's just that speaks to the show prep meeting. Welcome in. Munganess, St. Louis Acura, Munganess, Burkett, Alton Toyota, 7 o'clock hour. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett. And you can call and talk to Chairman Kurt. You're in studio this week. Is this a new thing?
Yeah, I think just with some of the new systems we've got in place.
New systems, Martin.
Yeah,
Wow.
Jackson and I set up some systems. So, yeah, I'll be making myself at home right here with you guys.
Look at that.
That's great.
So people can call in and they know the phones will be answered.
My eyes are locked on the phone, other than when I'm looking at Martin.
Does the new system include a buzz? Is that part of buzz? Is that part of the new system?
Milagro Tequila, listener of the month for June 2023, was Caller Buzz. Speaking of which, I don't want to bury the lead. And Doug, what is the lead today?
I don't know that there is one.
Martin, what is the lead?
I've got it for you right here. On November 4th, the Sanford Pentagon will host the Field of 68 Opening Day Showcase. And it's an event that features matchups between 6 of the best programs in college basketball. What do you think? Duke? Kansas? What do you think? North Carolina?
Pelicans, Santa Clara?
College of Charleston versus Southern Illinois. SLU versus Santa Clara. McNeese State versus South Dakota State. It's all part of the Field of 68 Opening Day Showcase. That's today in Sioux Falls, South Dakota.
How about that? There's your lead, Doug.
It should have
There's
been.
the lead.
When you're talking about college basketball blue bloods, you cannot leave out McNeese State.
I am excited about the Billiken season, but this is the press release. An event featuring matchups between 6 of the best programs in college basketball. Even Frank thinks that's a little much. That's a little much. But I'm excited about college hoops. There's your lead.
Jackson, they were complaining that we weren't on YouTube. Is that? But I see us.
Probably for the first 35 seconds of the program.
Doug, we had a buzz and we weren't on YouTube.
Well, we were on YouTube audio-wise. Video-wise, some of the cameras were set up funky, but I fixed it. I fixed it with a click of a button, and now you can see our beautiful faces. You can hear our beautiful voices. There's no buzz currently. So things, I think, are really stepping up just in a matter of moments. There is. There's a lot of buzz.
Oh, there's
very uneven start.
Yeah, it is a little concerning. You can call in with your concerns. Callier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101. But I was referencing Caller Buzz winning the Milagro Tequila Listener of the Month in June 2023. We had our Papal Conclave for October. Jackson, would you like to announce the October 2024 Milagro Tequila Listener of the Month?
For the month of October, Listener of the Month presented by Milagro Tequila is Buck Swope.
That is justice.
Where does he find the time?
God, he's Mr. Consistency.
Congratulations.
Yeah. He's the Lou Gehrig of the show.
I'm telling you, the Iron Horse.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Speaking of which, Rich Gould's going to be in?
Rich Gould will be with this show this week. Day and time to be determined.
Got a lot going on.
I read his text and his voice. He just said, I'm in a wedding in Colorado. I will call you next week. But he said he would come in, maybe bring a guitar and a children's book.
Because he's now a children's author.
There's a snake down there is the name of an emailer of the day, as well as Rich Gould's children's book. There's a snake down there.
I'm afraid that might frighten the children.
No, it's a true story, something he dealt with his grandma. It's a true story. I'll let him explain.
Okay.
Oh, wow. I didn't know that part.
Do you know Nick Sirianni, the Eagles coach, is a friend of Rich Gould's, and he tweeted out a picture reading the book? It's a true story. Reading the children's book to his kids.
How does he know Rich?
Nick Sirianni's dad is Rich Gould's best friend.
Oh, really?
How random is that?
Yeah.
Jackson's been calling for Nick Sirianni's head on this station.
Well, you're going to have to fight Uncle Rich over that.
That's right.
Yeah, you and Rich are going to go
6-2, but they won 4 in a row. You stand down.
Show some respect. Jake Reynolds is in the YouTube chat, the TMA YouTube chat, that is, anyway, where 98 Friends of the Feather have already gathered. And he said, morning, boys. Welcome back, Martin. Glad you all made the big time. Couldn't have happened to a more deserving show. Thank you for bringing us laughs and joy every day. Miss you, Iggy. Thank you. It's from Jake Reynolds. How about
That's
that?
a nice start.
How about that, Martin? That's a special spirit. That's Jake Reynolds. He's a special spirit.
Makes me feel good. It's good to be back. Made it a week.
Made it a week.
Kind of the over-under on that was about 4 days.
It was 4.5. So the over.
But we're not talking gambling. We're not talking picks today. We're just not going to do it. We don't have time.
I had a 6-game parlay that I need to discuss with this dais. Doug, we talked about the Jets being -3 against the Texans. And I said, well, I got to bet that.
Yeah.
So I did, and I took the Jets, even though I knew the world would take the Texans. But having been in sports gambling for a long time, I know how that works. Easy win. It was all over a number of college football games at 11 o'clock and 2:30, and this 6-game parlay is about to pay me 4+ figures. And I've got Michigan plus 14.5 against Oregon. And Dan Lanning calls a timeout with a minute left, leading by 14, and he runs it into the end zone just to run up the score and take beautiful cash right out of my pocket.
How does that make you feel?
Your family's pocket, let's be honest here.
Thank you very much.
How will your kids eat?
I couldn't believe it. I was watching the game, and I'm like, oh, good. They'll kneel on it inside the 5. No, they call a timeout, and they run it into the end zone. And they cover the spread. I don't cover the spread, and now I don't know what to do with myself.
Stop gambling. There you go. There's the answer. 1-800-STOP GAMBLING or Cat Paws. Call either one.
We finna be rich. Is that a hybrid of Mike Kelly?
It was kind of Mike Kelly doing a stop gambling. 1-800-STOP GAMBLING, whatever the number is. But I kind of heard Mike telling you to stop gambling. What does he call you, Junior? Does he call you Junior?
No, that's Rich Gould.
But what is Mike Kelly? Doesn't he call you something? Not Dirtbag. That's Kachuk.
That's Kachuk.
Yeah. I feel like Mike Kelly had a name for you, like probably Timothy Francis or something.
Timothy Francis.
Whatever your
he
name
changes
is.
my name.
We got Gary Pinkel waiting, and I want to talk some Mizzou.
How about that?
Well, Pinkel loved talking hoops. He really did. It was sort of underrated.
Get involved on the program via the Callier and Thompson phone lines. Chairman Kurt is standing by to immediately answer the call, put you on the air. 314-974-0101. You save that number, and you can be on this program anytime you would like. We like the live phone calls. Air Comfort Service text line, 314-399-9646. You can text in to the program and be a friend of the show. Congratulations to Buck Swope, the first ever, maybe it's fitting, 101 ESPN Milagro Tequila Listener of the Month. You can be the TMA Listener of the Month by going to TMASTL.com and signing up. And the great news, even though Doug wants to dox you, you get to maintain your anonymity and still get to be the Milagro Tequila Listener of the Month on TMA.
We need to rethink that and just out these people. They know who we are. We should know who they are.
Martin, are you pro-doxing?
Since we have to be televised this early in the morning, didn't you get into radio, Doug, so you didn't have to get all purdied up in the morning?
Yeah, I got into radio, and they immediately said, gosh, you need a hair transplant. I said, come on, it's radio. They said, yeah, but
on YouTube
gotta look
now.
better than that.
Can you zoom this thing out, Jackie? I feel like it's up my nostrils. It's one of those Fox Yankee fan cams. Zooming in as you're biting your nails. It's a little tight, as they say.
And also on TMASTL.com, you can sign up for the TMA Trivia Night, Doug. It's less than 2 weeks away now. And that is taking place at what you call the Pauley Pavilion of grade school basketball gymnasiums at St. Gabriel, the Archangel, on November 15th. That's a Friday. And what that's going to get you is you can get a table of 8, or you can just sign up by yourself. You know, hey, we don't want to shame people who might just be going by their lonesome. But it is the 3rd annual TMA Trivia Night on Friday, November 15th at St. Gabriel. All trivia, sports, entertainment, St. Louis-centric. And it's all hosted by the TMA guys. And Tommy Mattern told me that Iggy is going to make a glorious return for the trivia night. So that is taking place on Friday, November 15th. You can purchase single tickets, tables of 8, or anything in between. And tickets go on sale, or tickets are on sale at TMASTL.com. And they're $50 per person. Portions of the trivia proceeds will go to St. Gabriel, the Archangel School. Tickets will include food from Heavy Smoke Barbecue, plus beer, canned cocktails, and seltzers from Show Me Beverages while supplies last. Please drink responsibly, but please feel free to bring your own food and beverages as well. The doors open at 6:30, events at 7:30. It's a trivia night with TMA, our 3rd annual one, and $50 gets you your barbecue, your beer, and your seltzers. Plus, you can bring your own food and drink and just hang out on Friday, November 15th at St. Gabriel the Archangel. Behold the banners.
Behold it. It's more like the Chaffetz Arena.
Thank you.
because there's some students who stay 2 or 3 years longer than what you think they should.
Oh,
it's kind of like
a serious charge.
Jimerson sort of thing.
You're lucky you're not going to be here on Thursday when Josh Schertz is in studio with me and Martan. Yeah. How about that? He's coming in for the hour, 9 o'clock
Sioux
hour.
Falls and this show all in 1 week.
Big week for the Billiken head coach.
Looking forward to that.
We got Rich Gould coming in studio.
Do we have an airing of grievances today?
I already bitched about losing my 6-game parlay with Dan Lanning running up the score.
Yeah, that counts as one. We have another. There's another slot open.
I didn't see it on the dossier here.
Well, it's because the dossier is so thorough. It says general banter in the 7 o'clock
Just
segment.
open it up.
And then the next segment will get you ready with college football and Blues Maple Leafs.
Well, it's your choice, dealer's choice.
And then the next segment after that,
looks
Doug,
a
it
lot
says
like
college
the
football
second
and
one.
Blues Maple
The
Leafs.
third
Whichever
one looks
one doesn't
a
get
lot like
picked.
the second one.
I'm starting to wonder about the intent behind this dossier.
Well, it's whichever one you don't pick, you have the next one ready
Some
to go for
kind
the
of
next
corporate
segment.
paperwork. You got to check a box. What's the show look like today? We'll talk college football in the second segment. What about the third segment? Blues and Leaves? Why? What should we be doing?
Well, then I don't. Well, then I don't fill out the dossier, and I get text from Martin.
Where's the dossier?
It's
Where's
white
the
dossier. I can't win.
So my airing of grievance would be all of the people that complain about NFL games on local TV. It happens all the time.
Is that right? You get a lot of calls to who the 2 Fox selects?
Mostly emails. So this was a doozy yesterday.
A lot of AOL
Guy
accounts?
said, just so you know, we're a Chiefs town. Ooh. This town supports the Chiefs, and I looked today, and you guys are carrying 2 NFC games. Well, Fox has had the NFC package since, I don't know, the mid-90s?
I believe that's correct. Mm-hmm.
They sort of carry the Cowboys and Packers and Lions. It's kind of what they do. It is a little weird now. For example, Bears, Arizona was a CBS game. But for the most part, what does Fox show you? Cowboys, Lions, Packers, those teams. Yeah. And he said, this is a Chiefs town, and you guys are showing a couple of NFC teams. The Chiefs are on Monday Night Football.
Yeah, number one. I was thinking that as well.
And this happens every year. People complain. How come you never show the Chiefs? We would show them every week if we could. They get monster ratings.
Good for business.
Channel 4, I'm sure, loves it. They do a lot of Chiefs coverage because they get monster ratings. So we've decided, you know what, let's not show them. Even though we'd get a huge audience. We just decide not to do that. I don't get how people haven't figured it out.
Sometimes when I get those calls, I just tell the person, okay, I'll give you 30 seconds just to yell at me and call me every name in the book. You go ahead, start now.
At least
and they usually don't say anything after that.
Oh, you seem like a nice guy, Doug. Yeah. And then they kind of back down.
And they blame whoever picks up the phone. They are the ones who made the decision.
So you are the one who
networks.
selects the games.
Yeah. For a while, they actually would ask us which games we thought.
Oh, so you're acknowledging blame.
So, well, that didn't happen towards the end of my career, but there was a time there when the programming people at the station would say, CBS is giving us a choice of these games. Which do you think we ought to take? But I never would admit that.
I'm on email chains now. We get that on occasion. I'd say about 5 times a year. They'll give you a choice. Hey, this Sunday we've got the late game. Which one looks better? And my boss, Kurt Kruger, and the programming people are on it. We just kind of kick it around. And a lot of times when the Rams were good there for a minute, the debate was, would you show their game because it's a marquee game? Now, if it was the Joe Buck-Troy Aikman game, it's a slam dunk. You go with the top game, whether it's the Rams or not. But I'm just shocked that people can't even look in the, the Chiefs don't play right now. You're not showing the Chiefs. They're playing tomorrow night.
Do you see more Chiefs merch around town right now or Cardinals merch? I go across the days. Jackson, we'll start with you. You're the youngest and the cutest.
Thank you. Cardinals, but that number is getting less. The margin is tighter and tighter with each day.
Martan.
Time of year, I think, is a factor. Like it's kind of football season. Baseball season ended, mid-July? But it's increasing. I'm with Jackie, of course. I'd say
there's an alliance.
Cardinals still lead, but it's getting tighter.
I'm definitely with Jackie.
Nice. Nice.
Oh, are you in the alliance too?
Yeah.
Come on,
I think it's the same. It's the same thing. It's football season. The Chiefs are playing, so on the weekend you see people wear Chiefs regalia, and they're not going to wear Cardinal uniforms now, Cardinal jerseys.
I see Chiefs flags in front of homes.
Do you really?
I bet that drives your ire.
It's sure. I call the HOA.
Oh, you are in an HOA. Look at you,
president,
Palm Beach County. Chairman Kurt.
I don't really leave my house, so unless they walk into my front door, I'm not going to be able to give you an answer.
Are you a hermit?
More or less.
Are you?
I hear you.
I'm telling you. I think if I were to rank merch, and if I included City, Blues, Cardinals, and Chiefs, I think I see Chiefs and City right now more than the other two. And I know that sounds asinine, but I'm just telling you what I see.
A lot of the Cardinals gear I see is giveaway stuff, like stuff that wasn't necessarily purchased. And I feel like there's a key difference between that and Chiefs gear that you're going out to purchase or ordering online.
It could be, too, that people already have their Cardinal and Blues stuff, and the City and Chiefs jerseys are relatively new, so they just want to wear those more now.
I think it's a part of it, but I think the overall volume of it is not concerning, but noteworthy.
And I will tell you, City thought they'd be a hit, and Carolyn Kindle has said, I thought people would be into the team. She said, I had no idea everywhere I went I would see the flags, the shirts, people that are into City SC are really proud of it and want to show it. Like if you're a Cardinal fan, you don't wake up thinking, boy, I better show some gear today. I think City fans go out of their way to make sure they're wearing it. And it's new. It's
people like the merch. They like City Red.
A guy who's got all the jerseys probably is Seth Goldcamp because he's got all the answers.
How about that, Martin? Wow.
We're getting into cold weather season, and if you turn on that furnace someday this week, maybe, and it's not working right, the name you need to know, of course, is Design Air Heating and Cooling. They will get out to your house, and I mean toot sweet. It's a fourth-generation St. Louis business. Seth Goldcamp and his family have served over tens of thousands since 1904. They've been in business. Longest-running TMA supporter and advertiser on the show. Best known for their honesty and going above and beyond. I've had Seth Goldcamp and some of his technicians out to my house a couple times. They just do great work. They get there right away, and they've been around so long. Most of their technicians have been there for many years. They know exactly what they're doing. They'll take great care of you. They'll never upsell you, try to sell something you don't need. They'll give you just what you need. That's how they train their employees. Their reputation is taken very, very seriously. Their website, easy to navigate with convenience of online scheduling now. For all your heating and cooling needs, choose Design Air Heating and Cooling. Find them online at designair.net. That's designair.net.
Sponsor of our email of the day, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Guys, I'd rather watch the NBA than the MLS. That's from Harrison's brother, Master Jackson, and Harrison's brother, Master Sideways.
I guess you take wins wherever you can get them.
So that's you and him having a similar take then by accident.
Yeah.
Even though he was trying to insult you.
Result similar, process different.
How about this? Doug's prison wallet, who is the official TMA social media correspondent, says Chiefs gear is the Gadsden flag of Safe Charles.
I got to look that up. Gadsden flag.
Even Dennis Miller's a little lost on that one.
Is that code for something?
I don't follow the reference, but he is the TMA social media correspondent, so I have to respect it. Why do you hate the Battlehawks, Tim? I have a Battlehawks needlepoint belt because FU stand. That's from the Warson Woods Wacko. And Mr. Licks, his nemesis, says, at my kids' CYC school, it's all Chiefs gear all the time, even during baseball season. That's from Mr. Licks.
The Gadsden flag features a rattlesnake in the words, "Don't tread on me." It's a symbol of American resistance, tyranny, and oppression.
Yeah, I have multiple in my home.
There you go.
Gadsden flag.
So the Chiefs jersey is the Gadsden flag of St. Charles? That's what Doug's prison wallet is saying?
That makes sense.
Okay.
Don't tread on me because I'm a Chiefs fan?
I guess. Stop it with your tyranny.
Don't mess with me. Mm-hmm. I think the Chiefs would have been popular no matter what with the Rams leaving. It's just sort of a natural thing. But the fact that they have Mahomes and that they're the best team in football, it's just taken it to a whole nother level. I mean, the Chiefs were big in the 90s when the Big
Gunther
Red...
Cunningham.
Well, I mean, when the Big Red had left, when Joe Montana, Marcus Allen. That window there, early 90s when there was no NFL, I think a lot of folks did get on board.
You boys just wait till the WNBA St. Louis team comes here. It'll overtake the market. That's from Not the Happy Days Potsy.
Oh, we should name. What should that name be? Name the team.
Jackson probably already has thought about it.
You got Lynx. You got Sun.
I saw a guy suggest the name should be the Rhythm, so they'd have the Rhythm and Blues in St. Louis.
I like that. I like that a lot.
You're on board with it.
Sure. I like sports teams that don't have an S at the end of it. Miami Heat, Minnesota Lynx,
Orlando Magic.
Orlando Magic, yeah, I think that's more fun. I still think if the
do you think that's
how much more fun is it really?
It's just unique. I still think if an NBA team is to come here, their only option name-wise is Spirits of St. Louis.
We've already done that.
I know. Run it back. Those are great uniforms.
Run it back.
They were good uniforms. Yeah.
Great uniforms. Great name. It's not St. Louis Spirits. It's the Spirits of St. Louis.
Okay,
that's outstanding.
Yeah, it was good.
The Blues have tried hard with that Rhythm and Blues slogan. They do that a lot at the stadium. Rhythm and Blues. Did you know that was a Blues slogan? Rhythm and Blues. It's a lot of their videos in the game. There's a whole promotional thing called Rhythm and Blues.
Oh. So they're getting ready for the WNBA team.
I don't think they were aware of Jackie's take on the WNBA, but Rhythm and Blues.
John Scorer says in the YouTube chat that the WNBA team could play at St. Gabriel's. That's not a bad idea.
They're not playing at St. Gabe's. Chaffetz.
Because it's hollowed ground, that's why.
We're playing at Chaffetz because Richard Chaffetz is part of the group trying to get it here.
Get some good calls, though.
He did tell
At
me
St. Gabe's, yeah. You didn't know the outcome before they ever played the
win
game.
every game. Caitlin Clark drops 60 and they lose on a late call.
Exactly right. Fungo saw something he didn't like, blew the whistle. Hey, it's 7:19 in St. Louis. Time check brought to you by Clarkson Jewelers. Jackson, what's coming up in this dossier?
Well, it's your choice. It's dealer's choice. College football or Blues and Maple Leafs. I had to look for a second, make sure they were playing.
Yeah, with that kind of tight schedule, how could we not have guidance? I do know that Chris Kerber is going to be with us, and Gabe DeArmond's going to be with us. Gabe DeArmond brought to you by James Carlton. That comes your way at 9 o'clock. Chris Kerber on the Blues win. Craig Berube's return, but Broberg's injury. That could be a real problem for a team that's already dealing with it. Kerber will be with us at 8:15. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt, sitting ready to take your calls. I mean, he's just waiting for you. 314.
Are you begging?
974. Begging for calls, guy. Mm-hmm. I want Janet back. I'll be honest with you. That's where I am. I like Cards Nation 95. I like that guy too.
Yeah, Pigpen.
Yeah. I want new friends of the show, and as well as guys like Caller Adam, who Doug says is his favorite caller.
I don't care for him. No.
314-974-0101. Collier and Thompson phone lines. This program is called TMA. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. We're in the Munganess St. Louis Acura, Munganess Burkhardt Alton Toyota 7 o'clock hour here on 101 ESPN. Presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. Munganess St. Louis Acura, Munganess Burkhardt Alton Toyota, 7 o'clock hour. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt standing by to take your phone calls on the Collier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101. Doug, Jim Dandy on Saturday night for the Blues as they bookend. You like that?
No,
bookend?
don't say bookend.
There are two games against the Leafs this year with victories to counter the 3-game losing streak against the best in the East, the Canadiens, Senators, and Flyers, and then you beat the Cup-contending Leafs and Craig Berube on his return, and that's wonderful, and it was a thrilling game. Fights on a Saturday night.
They were feisty.
But I kind of feel like the lead is Broberg. Do you agree with that, Martin?
Because you're negative? You like
I guess
the negative?
That's probably
negative
the reason. But with already the situation with Thomas and how well Broberg's played, they haven't given an update. I would imagine we'll get it today, but that looked real concerning. And not just on the Blues broadcast either. I was watching the highlights on Sportsnet, and they're like, oh, boy, that looks like that could be a major problem for a team that's already dealing with injuries.
And Bannister even said, in speculating, he said, well, it's a loss, whether it's a day or 2 days or 2 months. And I'm like, whoa, he just said too much. I think he accidentally said too much guy, and he let it out there. I think, it's a bad injury, bad timing. The guy's been great. I mean, arguably one of their best players. Thomas is out, Kapanen's out, Leddy's out. I mean, they do have a massive amount of injuries. However, they seem to have Toronto's number of all the teams that you can beat twice within a week and a half and really dominate 9-3 cumulative score. I mean, I don't think it's just, hey, we're playing our old coach, Berube, but you wonder if that's part of it, because how do you explain being as bad as they were and then sweeping the Leafs? That's a good squad, Doug, in Toronto.
It was. The Blues were feisty. I'm not sure they outplayed them very much. They outscored them. They were outshot like 37-23. Bennington was very good. But the Blues were feisty at a couple of fights. Braden Shen and Buchnevich both just beat the stuffing out of the Maple Leaf
McCabe
players.
was falling, and then Shen lends that shot and was like, ooh, cats and dogs.
I half expected Berube to jump over the Toronto bench and start challenging Blues players. All right, let's go. I'll have a run in with you. But they were impressive. I was at the game. The crowd was very much into
you were at the game?
Yeah. Upper deck, Tim, of course, with the real fans.
Yeah, Doug's more of a proletariat like me, whereas Jackson and Martin are the elites and nobles.
I just like to see what the real fans are up to every now and then, so I sit up there with them.
Jackson and I sort of say, if we don't have a box, we're not getting in the car.
Yeah.
It's kind of our MO.
Correct. Yeah, I need gratis refreshments on the arm.
You know what isn't gratis is parking. Parking at parking at Union Station is $45.
Yes, that's it.
Did you say I'm News 4's Doug Vaughn?
Yeah.
I did not. I figured, well, I'm going to go to my normal spot. I didn't get there in time to get it, so I had to go down to Union Station. And I thought, well, this will be even cheaper than the $20 or $30 I usually pay. It was $45.
You hate paying for parking.
I really do. Yeah. I know you have to, but that seems a little extreme, doesn't it?
45 seems a lot. I mean, that is right next to the arena.
Yeah, it's a couple of blocks.
Yeah, it's 2 or 3 blocks away.
Union Station you'd consider right next to the arena?
Relative to like where else you can park. It's not like you can park right there on Clark, and
You can park right across the street.
Yeah.
I did last year for $20, right across the street.
Jackson hasn't been to a Blues game since.
Sounds like it.
Well, when Bragging Rights was in December of last year.
Oh, boy. Here we go. Exposure.
Doug, since you were in the building and the TV did not cover in its entirety the Berube video return, I get it. They got to take a commercial break. We had guesstimated on the length of the ovation, the cheer. I tried to watch some of it back on YouTube. Would you say it was over? Was it 92 seconds?
I said 95 and a half.
I actually timed it, knowing this would come up.
Thank you. Wow, that is reporting.
I timed it. From the time he first came on the video board and they started to announce Berube, and everyone knew this was what it was going to go to, until the time the ovation ended, 2 minutes and 15 seconds.
Over. Boy.
Over ships.
Yeah,
but that counts. It's kind of tricky. Like, is that the video starts when they say his name at the end, right?
Yeah, but his face was all over the video board for the whole time, so people were clapping continuously for 2:15.
Pretty cool. I mean,
very nice. They showed that speech that he gave right before Game 7, I guess, and people got feisty with that.
He did kind of crack a smile. They had a little shot of him and then the video playing. I had to go back and watch it on the old YouTube. When they came out of the TV break, they showed a little bit of like a head nod, and I knew there was a whole hell of a lot more.
Yeah.
It's on the Blues YouTube page. And that shows him kind of cracking a smile and then waving. I'm sure that's a little awkward.
Oh, yeah.
And his team now is, okay, we get it. They love you. Okay, yeah, you're a pain in the ass for us, but they love you. We get it. We get it.
And there's no more rabid hockey fan base in the world in Toronto. So the idea that he's sucking up to St. Louis fans in a game that you're losing probably didn't go over real well.
I'm telling you, I was watching the post game for both the Blues and the Leafs, and I don't know how many people travel with the Leafs, but I felt like he was getting questions from 10 different reporters that were in from Toronto.
You know, it's interesting you say that. I was down there Saturday morning trying to catch up with Chief because he's back in town. It's a big deal. They have a morning skate, and the routine is about the same every single time. The home team hits the ice. They don't skate for long, and then they talk a little bit. Then the opposing team hits the ice. So the Blues are going to be on the ice 9:30. So I figured, all right, Leafs are about 10:30. You're looking at Chief talking about 10:45, maybe 11. We got down there at 10. Doug, you want to be safe.
Well,
you want to be ahead of the game.
Absolutely.
You don't want to chase the game.
Yeah.
So we're down there, and I'm talking to some Blues folks, and I look down the hallway, and I could see Berube kind of walking around talking to people. So I said, we better go down there. And there's a couple of cameras set up, clearly the Toronto media, in front of a background, like a Maple Leafs background. And I said, what time is Berube? They said, he already talked. And I panicked. Wow. I absolutely panicked. I thought, we came down here, all this. But he's standing there talking to Ray Barilli, the Blues trainer. So I said to my photographer, let's just hang tight. He'll give us 30, 40 seconds. He's great. He'll do it, I'm sure. All of a sudden, a guy in a suit comes over and says, yes, can I help you? And I can tell he's PR, clearly. Got a suit on at 9 a.m. Hi there. Yeah, I said, yeah, how you doing? Martin with TMA. No, I said, local Fox station. I said, hoping to catch up with Coach. He said, yeah, he already talked. And I said, yeah, I heard that. Unfortunate. He said, yeah, we didn't really have a skate today. Sort of an optional. And I said, yeah, it's not really an option for me not to get Chief. And I said, do you mind if I go over and ask him? He said, I'll handle that. I'm like, oh, for God's sake. And now Berube is about from where Tim's sitting to me. He can see me. He's finishing up with Ray Barilli. And the guy goes over and he whispers in his ear, like, I could get rid of this clown if you want me to. Like, you know he's saying, you don't need to do this. You already did your media. You don't have. And he's like, huh? Yeah, right now? Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. And he walks over and he's, how we doing? I said, good. And the guy said, we're going to have to keep it real quick. He's got to get on the bus. And I said, the bus will probably wait for Chief. I'm going to go out on a limb. And I said, we'll do it in front of the banner, get a little Rogers Center promotion. And he's great. We talked for like 50 seconds total. But hey, it's great to be back, whatever. But I panicked for a minute. You don't want to chase the game. You don't want to chase the Chief.
Chase the game. Yeah, I saw you dined at Cafe Napoli on Friday night and then went over to O.B. Clark's.
Why didn't we
had
bet on that?
God. Nice hit.
Yeah, I would have been all in on all of those.
That he had Cafe Napoli and O.B. Clark's. That had to be a nice little pony on Friday night. Probably a pony on Saturday night after the win.
I bet some people were there just to see Chief on Friday night.
And have dirty wings.
And have dirty wings.
Oh, you know about the dirty wings.
Check in.
I think I do. Is that an O.B. Clark staple?
Yes. Oh, just glorious. Don't you agree, Jackson?
Oh, they're delicious. Yeah, we had them the other day.
I remember, I think it was Jamal Mayers. I could be wrong on that one. After he got traded to Toronto, he said the difference in the fan base was between St. Louis and Toronto. In St. Louis, sometimes the Blues would beg him to go to Johnny Mac's to sign autographs some night. And if he wasn't busy, he said, oh, okay, I'll go. He'd sign a couple dozen autographs. When he went to Toronto, they'd pay him a couple $1,000, and there'd be a line clear out the store a block away in line for his autograph.
They love their Leafs.
Oh, they do. That's the capital of hockey probably in the world.
And it has been a rough run. You want to talk about a tortured fan base. When we were talking about tortured fan bases, that would be a tortured fan base.
Yeah, Canada in general.
I mean, they haven't won a cup since the Blues have been in the league. Yeah. You know?
Isn't it more torturous that you have a good team now? Like, they're talented, that they should be able to win. It's not that they're just bad. They're contending every year.
I think that's the torturous part, is that you can come so close, yet not walk away with a chalice.
I think that's better. I'd rather be in contention and lose than just have a horrible team and not care.
Some people like things.
You'd rather have a bad team and have no chance?
No,
just
but
so you don't get your heart broken?
No, I wouldn't. But I don't know.
Paul Goldschmidt had a quote late in the year. We were talking about these last two seasons missing out. And I said, how hard is it to miss out when you've been part of October? And he said, honestly, the ones where we were in it and didn't advance are harder. He said, not making it is disappointing. He said, but when you're in it, he said, I look at 2022. He said, everything that happened with Albert, he said, I just thought we were going to be better. Laid the egg against the Phillies. And it's interesting because they miss out. You would think ultimate disappointment, you're not a playoff team. And he said, no, it's worse when you are in and get knocked out, get bounced.
Yeah.
Think about it, Doug.
It's the old, I'd rather be, what is it, love than, I forget what the cliche is.
You'd rather fall in love with Colorado than never love him.
No, I'm saying, would you rather be in love and then have it not work out as opposed to never be in love at all?
Well, Jackson's got it for you because he's a man in love right now and he can speak to this feeling.
Better to have loved and lost than never to have loved at all. That's what I'm looking for.
That was what I was,
That's what I would say.
I think everything about the show is great.
Thank you. Well, I know it's harder because it ends so quickly.
Yeah.
You go all season, you have your hopes up that this is the year we're going to win it all, and then you wake up one day and it's all over.
Yeah.
So that part's hard.
I respect your opinion, Doug.
But there's nothing worse than having a team that's not even a factor.
Sounds like Doug's been welcomed to the alliance. Chairman Kurt, it's just me and you. We're on the outside looking into this alliance.
Best of luck.
I don't like it. I'm going to have to recruit Ryder. And I guarantee you Jamie Rivers will be a part of my alliance.
Yeah, he will.
Well, he enjoyed that Shen McCabe fight. God almighty. That guy, I don't know if Shen necessarily lit him up and caused him to fall. I think he slipped, but as he was going down, Shen lands the right, and I'm just like, ooh, cats and dogs, cats. And then there's Buchnevich. Wow.
Yeah.
How about that?
Yeah, they won them both in a big way.
Yeah, in a major way. Get involved on the program. You are welcome to do so by watching on YouTube. where plenty of Friends of the Feather have gathered. 226 on the TMA channel are in there, and they're talking it over. And you can watch on the 101 ESPN channel as well. You can call in and get live on the air by going to talk to Chairman Kurt. Callier and Thompson phone lines 314-974-0101, and compete in the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day, the morning after, at InsideSTL.com. Per the dossier, which is a living, breathing document, just like our Constitution, Doug.
Hey.
We talk college football or Blues and Maple Leafs in the next segment.
Yeah, your choice.
Feels like college football would be the natural next move.
That's the dealer's choice. We can do, hey, listen, we can do whatever, whenever. That's
I have to tell you, I know this sounds like I'm getting better at teasing, and trust me, I'm going to teasing camp. But I was looking at some numbers regarding the college football playoff, and I have one that will be very surprising and of local interest on the other side of the commercial break.
Very nice.
It's the morning after. Presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
I was at Schnucks on Sunday loading up. Maybe I should have waited. Coming up this weekend, the Deals and Steals are back. A 3-day special on all your favorite items. Deals and Steals. That's coming up. That'd be a great. Was that hosted by Howie Mandel? Deals and Steals. This Thursday, Friday, and Saturday at your neighborhood Schnucks. All sorts of great savings, including Smithfield Bacon, 12-ounce package, $2.99. Limit 3. Folgers Coffee. Load up. All varieties. $7.99. Limit 3 as well. Schnucks having another special. Big 3-day sale. Red hot deals. The Schnucks Deals and Steals 3-day sales is later this week. You already know about the rewards, the app. You're saving money when you go to Schnucks. The price of groceries, that's a tough deal these days. Save money with Schnucks Deals and Steals this Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. Big money off on all your favorite items, including the ones mentioned previously. Stop by Schnucks, download the rewards. They know what you like to buy, and they'll make sure you're getting special savings. This Thursday, Friday, Saturday, it's the Schnucks Deals and Steals.
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. The Blues win on Saturday 4-2 over the Toronto Maple Leafs. They are off tonight, taking on the Lightning tomorrow. You can catch that right here on the home of the Blues, 101 ESPN. Pregame at 6 p.m., puck drop at 7 p.m. Tonight on 101 ESPN, Monday Night Football, you get Chiefs versus the Buccaneers, a little Super Bowl rematch. Pregame at 6:30, kickoff at 7:20. That was another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at Londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
TMA presented to you by Brown & Crouppen. Welcome back. Mungan St. Louis Acura, Mungan Burkett, Alton Toyota, 7 o'clock hour. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett with you. Chairman Kurt manning the phones. Callier and Thompson phone lines 314-974-0101. A rainy Monday morning in St. Louis. Doug Ruben stuttered. You remember him? The velvet teddy bear is not happy in the YouTube chat.
What's he upset by?
Let's see what I got here. We just heard 5 minutes on how much parking is for a Blues game and a lengthy discussion on how long Chief may or may not have smiled. That's Ruben stuttered. He finished. Did he finish second?
I think
in
so.
American Idol, and was that season?
I don't know
2?
what season was, Tim.
And then he won over future Congressman Clay Aiken. Am I correct on that?
Clay Aiken?
Clay Aiken ran for office.
Oh, he did?
Yeah, had my support.
Feels like the right era, but I don't know if they like Clay Aiken was 1 year and Ruben was the next. Was Kelly Clarkson American Idol?
She was the first one.
She was the original.
And then the show is back around now as NBC. The voice is different,
right?
But didn't American Idol resurface on another network?
I did.
Yeah, I think it's still out there.
Oh yeah.
Well, either way, it's great to have Ruben Studdard listening. Thank you for joining the program.
He won season 2. Ruben
Studdard won
from the 205.
Wow,
Birmingham.
That's huge.
It used to be huge.
So I deep teased this, Martin. I don't think you heard me discussing it before the show. So this the other gentleman on the dais may have heard it. What percentage would you give Missouri to make the college football playoff?
Me personally, I'd say 2%.
What are the numbers on ESPN.com showing?
5%?
6.5%.
I think I heard you say it earlier. I was trying to act like I didn't. So they got a chance. Oklahoma this weekend, buddy. I'm going to the game Saturday night. Can't wait.
Tiger, Gabe DeArmond with us at 9 o'clock, brought to you by James Carlton, Chris Kerber at 8:15. Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email the day at 10:45. There's your captain's log for the day. I have to tell you, listen, I love Missouri. I don't see 6.5%. Jackson, you agree with me?
I don't like they'll have no signature win, like not even close to a signature win, unless you're considering Vandy the signature win. Oklahoma,
I think South Carolina would be their best win.
Yeah, but that team is so up and down. Like their record, I don't think will be signature win-esque, even though I think they're a good football team.
Let me ask you this question.
All righty.
South Carolina and Vanderbilt get together on a neutral site. What's the spread?
Ooh, neutral site, I would say SC by 6.5.
Okay. All right. Yeah. So you're with me that the perception is South Carolina is a better team, and South Carolina coulda, shoulda beat LSU. We're a missed 2-point conversion away with an open receiver away from going overtime with Alabama, and then just beat the hell out of Texas A&M this past Saturday night in Columbia, South Carolina. Point being, even with that being a win, even with beating Oklahoma, even beating Mississippi State, even beating Arkansas at 10-2, I have no idea how Missouri would get in. So I was surprised when I read on ESPN.com this morning that Missouri is at 6.5% to make the college football playoff. Now, of course, that's not a likelihood. I just would have put it at like 0.2.
Yeah, definitely. I don't understand
how. But is the algorithm figuring other teams losing? Like they may have this computer system that's going to spit out, oh, that team's going to lose a second game, a third game, other teams being a factor. And look at Indiana at 9-0. They call them Windiana right now. They haven't played anybody.
Yeah.
They'll lose to Ohio State. What if they're sitting there
I'm not sure they lose to Ohio State. I'm not.
I'm pretty good at these picks, Tim. I don't know if you understand.
We'll get into that later.
I can't wait to find out the records.
Told my wife that I got to look at my pick. Pick six. Pick six. Not so good. But Indiana, okay, you got them maybe beating Ohio State. That'll be their only loss. I think Indiana, right? Going to be in there.
Indiana is currently 86.6% to make the college football playoff.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they've got 9 wins already.
Oregon, slam dunk. Right.
Yes,
Georgia.
Yeah, I think this is an important exercise that we're about to do because I am telling you, in a month, all hell's about to break loose. It's going to happen. There's no way to avoid it, and I think the conversation you're going to hear, if you're into prediction, I'll wager with anybody, will be the college football needs to bring back the divisions. That's what I think you're going to hear.
You think Boise State's going to get hosed?
Boise State would be the group of 5.
I thought you were saying they were.
So that's one spot, and we already have the 4 conference champions. So we have 5 allocated, whether it's Boise State or not, but Boise State is certainly. Boise State, for the record, is 70.5% to get in. So you have your 4 conference champions in Boise State. So now you have 7 spots left. So that's where you were going with this, right?
I was just going to read, just even from the rankings, which don't mean anything, but just tell me.
Tomorrow, the first college football playoff rankings come out.
But Oregon's in, Georgia's in, Ohio State's in, barring.
I don't know if, I think Oregon is in. I don't know if Georgia is as in as Oregon, but I would agree if I had to bet they would be in. For the record, Oregon's at 95.6% and Georgia's at 92.3%.
Ohio State, Miami, Texas, Penn State.
I don't think Ohio State is a lock, but I would agree with you. Point being, there's
things can change.
So
I get it, but
4 Big Ten teams. Would we agree that there's 4 Big Ten teams?
Got to remember that the old Pac-12 teams are now Big Ten teams. Yes.
So if you go Oregon, Ohio State, Penn State, Indiana.
Yep.
One of those is a conference champion, but now you're adding 3 at large there. Okay, so if you have the 4 conference champions in the group of 5, that's 5 spots. Now you have 8 spots spoken for. All right, so now there's only 4 left. So you'll have who from the SEC is in the mix. Martin, you were talking about Georgia. Then you have Texas. Tennessee.
Alabama's still alive.
Alabama's
certainly not a lock. What's their
LSU's
percentage?
alive.
What's Bama?
Ole Miss is kind of
Alabama is currently, again, this is Bill Connolly of ESPN, 55.5%. Point being, if you have those teams from the Big Ten and you list those teams from the SEC, and let's see, the SEC gets 4. So now that's 3 more at large. So now you have 1 spot left, and that's leaving out an SEC team or 2. And then that means the Big 12 and the ACC only get 1.
Right. Now, they did just have both for the Big 12 and ACC have one of their undefeateds kind of drop out of the race a little. I mean, they're still in it, but they're no longer undefeated.
You're talking about Pittsburgh.
Pitt and Iowa State.
Yeah, Pittsburgh, I don't think was one that people were necessarily taking real seriously. Iowa State was, I think, and they lost at home this past weekend to Texas Tech. So then if you go, okay, well, who's the other at-large team? I think if Notre Dame finishes 11-1, they don't play anybody. They're going to be an underdog, too, the rest of the way. That Notre Dame gets in there. So you're going to have SEC teams get shorted, and then people are going to go, my God, Indiana didn't beat anybody of note, and they're 11-1.
Yep.
And you're also going to have a real conversation coming here in which do you get penalized for losing in the conference championship game?
That's what fascinates me the most.
And to me, I don't think you can, but we don't know, and I gather a precedent will be set.
Yep.
That you're going to go, okay, well, BYU, lost in the conference championship game. They're an 11-2 team. We got to keep them out because there's an 11-1 Indiana.
Yep. Yeah, I think it's going to be a real
those
thing.
Kinds of conversations. And then Georgia's going to have multiple losses. Could have multiple losses, but many would view them as one of the best teams in the country. Do they get left out? Keep an eye on this Georgia-Texas situation. Yeah. That's one that's real live. And A&M goes from looking like the favorite to win the SEC to potentially being on the outside looking in of the college football playoff. So it happens pretty damn quick. But what I'm saying is there's going to be absolute anarchy when it comes time to announce these 12 teams.
Yeah.
And my exercise was just name a team and tell me if Mizzou could get in over them. Even if Alabama's 9-3 and Mizzou's 10-2.
I would love to be able to convince myself, but I don't know how in the world it can happen.
Missouri's not even ranked. They're not even ranked in the AP Top 25.
Nope.
They fell out, although they went up in the coaches' pool. The coaches liked the way they took the bye week.
Yeah, they like
and
practice.
They moved up to 22. Mizzou, it just doesn't have it this year. It's a pipe dream to think that this is a playoff team. They're not.
Right. It's shocking
and they
that
may
they're
not even
even
have their quarterback.
The fact that they're even alive percentage-wise. My point is, look at all those teams. Who are they getting in over? And I realize teams still have some losses to come. I just don't see any scenario where that happens.
Because they're not going to have a win or two over a great team. Then you could match it with going, okay, they only had one loss. And that is why when they got blown off the field by A&M, felt like, okay, at this point now they absolutely have to win out, much less than getting skunked at Alabama. Doug has something he wants to tell us about, and it's about our 7 o'clock hour sponsor.
That's right.
Yeah,
That's
if you're going to go to a Mizzou game, hopefully you're going to drive there, and you'll drive in one of your cars you got from Munganess St. Louis Acura or Munganess Burkhardt Alton Toyota. Two fantastic dealerships, same ownership. They've been a sponsor for a long time now. We've gotten to know and love these guys very much. And if you just want to have your car serviced or get some routine maintenance on it, we have a secret number for you that goes straight to the muckety-muck, so you don't have to deal with just anybody. You go and you talk to the decision makers. Jamie Burkhardt, Peter Munganask, Ryan Seiberg, they're in the service department. I'm going to give the number now. 314-252-0029. Okay, you weren't writing again. Here it is. 314-252-0029. These guys pride themselves in being accessible to the listeners. They will do that. If you have a problem, you call that number, you talk to one of those gentlemen, they'll get you taken care of just as fast as they possibly can. While your car is waiting on, they have a great waiting room. They got some wonderful snacks there. They've got candy and they've got chips and they've got drinks, and you'll just enjoy yourself while you're there. You'll wish your car broke down more often so you could go just for the snacks. Fantastic new and used car selection at Munganask. Online at stlouisacura.com and altontoyota.com.
It is TMA, and it is presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett with you on the program. You're welcome to call in. Chairman Kurt taking your calls on the Callier and Thompson phone
I don't think
lines.
he is. Has anybody called?
314-974-0101. I mean, live on the air?
You're trying, like, begging for call. I don't think. Are they calling?
Biff said he was going to call today. He had an important thing to tell us.
Oh, well, I'll make sure I keep my eye on that.
Okay. All right.
Have you ever heard of Biff call, Martin?
I believe I have back in the day.
Make sure you carve out 15, 20 minutes.
Well, I told him it's more like 30 seconds, 40 seconds now.
Tightening things up here.
Yeah.
Not really. But maybe we can use that as an excuse.
My favorite part is still
say that.
when Kurt clearly takes a call, somebody's not happy, and they're complaining. Yeah, I hear you. Yeah, I hear you.
Those are the most fun calls.
That's
So when
my
people really
favorite
hate us.
part.
Yeah.
Those are the best.
Yeah, we'll call on in. The delectable Danny Pintaro, who played the role of Jonathan on Who's the Boss, is in the YouTube chat and says, I miss the toilet. I don't know what that means.
The flushing of the toilet.
Yeah, they could hear that.
Oh!
The flushing of the toilet next door.
Yeah, Schaefer Door Company sponsored that. Now they're sponsoring the app on the 101 ESPN app and the TMA STL app. Don't forget, TMASTL.com is where you can register to put your table together for TMA Trivia Night, which is a week from Friday. Go to TMASTL.com. It's at St. Gabriel's, $50 per person. And that gets you all your heavy smoke barbecue and all of your libations as well, including beer, seltzers. Go to TMASTL.com, put your team together. All trivia, sports, entertainment, St. Louis-centric, and a TMA round thrown in there as well. It's all hosted by us here on the program. It's at St. Gabriel's, the third annual TMA Trivia Night on Friday, November 15th at St. Gabriel's, starting at 7:30. Get your table together by going to TMASTL.com. You can sign up for as few as one ticket or a table of 8 or anything in between. The ticket includes food from Heavy Smoke Barbecue plus beer, canned cocktails, and seltzers from Show Me Beverages while supplies last. Please drink responsibly, but please feel free to bring your own food and beverages as well. It is TMA Trivia Night a week from this Friday at St. Gabriel's. Sign your table up right now at TMASTL.com. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett with you. This program is The Morning After, and it airs on 101 ESPN. Welcome back. It's Teammates presented to you by Brown and Crouppen, Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett with you. Chairman Kurt standing by to talk to Biff on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. Text in 314-399-9646, Air Comfort Service text line. And you are welcome to email in for our Design Air Heating and Cooling email today, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Chris Kerber is going to be with us at 8:15, and Gabe DeArmond with us at 9 o'clock. The Colonel presented to you by James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency at 10:45. The Design Air Heating and Cooling email today, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Anarchy, ho-hum, just like then when there were 2 teams, then 4 teams, now 12 teams. Just expand it to 64 teams and expect the kids to play a 20-game season to make the gambling fats happy. That's from the 636.
Everyone who gambles is fat? That's what I took from that. Gambling fat.
Gambling fats. Now, Alan Dadeville disagrees. He's a big Georgia fan. Says perfect year for the expanded playoffs. There's no clear-cut number 1. Any of the top 10 can be beaten by about 10 other teams. Also, Carson Beck is now the doo-doo man. That's from Alan Dadeville. Martin, I don't know if you're aware of this. Do you follow Janoris Jenkins on Twitter?
No. Former Ram?
That's correct.
Got suspended before that game out in San Francisco. Pretty good player. Was he the Jackrabbit?
He was the Jackrabbit. He is not a fan of Giants quarterback Daniel Jones, and he will oftentimes live tweet Giants games, and he will not call him Daniel Jones. He calls him the doo-doo man.
Yeah, Dan, the doo-doo man. Yeah.
I don't think he's wrong.
And then we have more on that later in the program.
Oh, wow, Daniel Jones deep tease.
Well, no, we had another former player go against up their former quarterback, very much like Mr. Janoris Jenkins.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, more on that later.
Wow, more on that later.
Yeah.
Why can't we have it now?
More on that later.
Can't guard Mike had some thoughts on Derek Carr. We'll get into that a little
More
later.
on that later. Much like the news anchor when you say, Doug, and the Super Bowl is coming up on Sunday. Well, we'll see what happens. And the Cardinals open spring training. Well, we'll see what happens.
It'll be interesting to see how that plays out.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. More on that later.
Bingo.
More after this. Every announcer. There'll be more after this.
Much more.
Much more. Go to our website for more.
Only the winners who gamble are fat. The losers can't feed their kids. That's from the 618.
Yeah.
Somebody not excited about Amendment 2.
So is the fat happy then because they're winning, so they've got the money? Are they bragging that they're one of the fats?
They just keep eating. They win their bets and they just keep eating.
We're at the casino. Just roll on over. Probably a buffet somewhere.
Jackson, were you wagering heavily this weekend?
Nope, laid off. After that Thursday night first quarter debacle. Something about this slate and everything about it felt fishy, and nothing about it went the way I thought it would, so I'm glad I laid low. I did not wager at all.
Is that because you had bottle service at Wheelhouse?
No. Usually when I do that, I like to lay a lot of first touchdown scorer parlays, like 8-leg first touchdown scores. I'm looking to recoup all that bottles loss, but I didn't do that this weekend, so I just lay low gambling.
You know what I want to write down? Janoris. You guys want to? Let's see if we can get Janoris.
That would be outstanding.
I think the great artist Twyman might be able to assist.
Is that right?
Well, I'm not saying it'll happen, but I'm going to try. I'm writing it down.
Okay. Well, Tiki, are you coming back to football because you miss it, or are you coming back to football because you just had a big failure in broadcasting?
Not a great question. Not a
Tiki
great
Barber
question.
take that one.
How did Tiki handle
Because
it?
that's not fair.
Well, it got a little contentious from that point forward.
He goes, well, I don't think that's very fair, Mike. And he's right. It wasn't fair.
I was supposed to have Tiki Barber as a guest. Mo Drummond and I filled in for Dan Patrick one year. And
is that right?
And
Really?
Dan was on vacation, and so the great Paul Pabst, the producer's in our ear, and he says, next segment, Tiki Barber. So I say, when we come back, we'll talk football with Tiki Barber. Coming right out of the break, and he said, okay, he had to cancel. And so we came on the air, and I said, yeah, figures. Got the scrubs filling in for, they don't want to come on the show. They probably heard, who are these clowns in St. Louis? And I do this whole shtick about how he wanted no part of our show. And Paul Pabst said, actually, his daughter's sick, and he had to take her to the doctor.
Oh, gosh.
Oh, thoughts and prayers? Sorry.
T's and P's.
Cards Nation 95, who is a friend of the program, called in. He is in the YouTube chat and says, we are the ugly stepchild, face it. And he's in the 101 ESPN chat, and I think the 101 ESPN chat feels like they get ignored versus the TMA STL YouTube chat. And that's that's just not fair. Jackson happens to have the TMA STL chat up there. So there's 94 people in the 101 ESPN chat, and then there's 254 in the TMA STL chat. So I just go where there's the more volume.
Yeah.
But it's really your job, Tim, to be fair and balanced.
And nobody does it better, as far as his dad said.
Thank you.
I would say, Timmy, just read the 101 YouTubers every once in a while. It would be good for them.
People from St. Louis suck.
Okay, stop it.
Is there context on that?
I think they were going off on Doug about some.
Yeah.
Okay.
One of them
going
called
off on
me.
you about?
I think they're calling him a
They called me
ravioli.
ravioli head, and it hurt.
When something like.
Jackson, are you not on the microphone?
Shut up, ravioli head.
There it was right there.
Sorry, I was trying to find the drama.
I think that might have been a Cardinals-Dodgers playoff series.
Yes.
L.A.
Matt Money Smith.
Yeah. I think that's Petro and Money.
He's the voice of the Chargers.
Money is?
Yeah.
And Petro, it was a former
VGK.
USC tailback? No. Papadakis, yeah.
George Papadopoulos?
I think, no, not George Papadopoulos. He adopted Webster, Emmanuel Lewis. Petro was on the call of the Boise State win on Friday night. Another example of teams that are feeling like they might be on the borderline, just running up the score. This could be a big November for the favorites in gambling.
And
Doug, keep an eye on it. We might get paid in November.
Yeah, they got a Heisman candidate they want to run up to New York, so they're probably going to do as much as they can with him.
Yeah, they do. Speaking of which, with Amendment 2 on the ballot tomorrow, how quickly would we be able to wager in Missouri, assuming I can now 86 my high school bookie?
I'll look that up in the break, and then we'll get to it on the other side.
Oh, wow.
We asked Chris Zimmerman that. He didn't know.
Well, that was for the Blues, if they would have, like, something set up inside the enterprise.
You're saying how quickly is it legal and accessible?
Right.
I remember when cannabis was legalized, it was like they were opening up in like end of January, early February.
Oh, don't tell me that, Jackson.
Well, that's
Doesn't
how
feel
I
like
remember
it'll be
it. That's how I
immediate, does
remember it.
I want to be able to have a 10-game parlay, and I can place it
This
from
weekend?
my home.
Yeah,
Yes.
I wouldn't bet on that.
With Missouri, Oklahoma under featured in every leg. All right, we close out the 7 o'clock hour at 8:05. That is a TMA tradition. Munganess, St. Louis Acura, Munganess, Burkhardt Alton Toyota, sponsor of the 7 o'clock hour. This is TMA. Chris Kerber is going to join us at 8:15. We are on 101 ESPN. Great to have a new sponsor here on TMA 1 week in, and that is Michael's Flooring. Got a chance to meet with Michael last week. Michael's has been family and locally owned for over 30 years, but here is the main message that we want to communicate to our audience. He takes pride in helping and making sure his employees are happy and make a great living. And that is why he is looking for new employees and offering carpet installers $7 a square yard. That's right, $7 a square yard. You will not find compensation in the industry like that anywhere else. Michael's Flooring is offering $7 a square yard to carpet installers. You can find out more about the opportunity by going to igotfloored.com. Michael is passionate about his industry and passionate about finding new people to work with him, and that is why he is offering carpet installers $7 a square yard. If you're interested in working with Michael at Michael's Flooring, go to igotfloored.com. TMA, it's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett with you on the program. Welcome to our Fisher Window and Door Store 8 o'clock hour. Chris Kerber is going to join us coming up here in about 5 minutes on the program. I can't wait to talk about this situation in State College. We got a wide variety of topics with audio from Pennsylvania this weekend. Mm-hmm. And I loved what Jason Kelce did. It was my favorite thing over the weekend, as a matter of fact.
Scott Van Pelt, favorite thing you saw over the weekend.
Oh, was it really? It was his thing?
I don't know. I was just referencing that. Like this is Tim's version of SVP's favorite thing he saw.
It was Jason Kelce. It was like, oh, trolls now who like hang out on social media think that they can go up to guys who are going to be in the Hall of Fame in the NFL. It doesn't go well for them.
Yeah, I like what PFT commenter of Barstool said. He says, you never mess with a man who has an open beer in one hand and an open case of beer in the other.
He was just looking. What was he doing by himself, just walking along?
That's kind of him. I think that's him.
He's like amongst all the people.
He was at Happy Valley before the Penn State-Ohio State game. And, Jackson, you got the audio here?
I sure do. The audio is a little touch and go because it's a cell phone recording.
Touch and go.
It's
you should have fixed it.
Well, hear the important
in
stuff.
the background.
Kelce. Hey, Kelce. Kelce. I feel your brothers are Kelce, can I get a fist bump? Kelce, can I get a fist bump?
Spiked the phone.
Oh, I loved it.
Yeah.
I felt a soft cow coming on.
Yeah, I gotta say something so gross to
fella
somebody.
Yelled, hey, your brother's the F word.
Rhymes with sexual slur.
Yeah.
For dating Taylor Swift.
Which makes no sense.
Right.
Logically.
Maybe political. I don't know. And then he goes over and spikes the phone. How did he know for sure? Because he waits a while, doesn't he?
Now, the video continues. And the guy actually walks up, and Kelce bends over to pick up the phone, and the guy, like, goes to shove him. And I'm going, oh, this guy really wants it.
Yeah.
But that's the thing. I think it's like you're put to the test to respond, and then you become the bad guy by responding.
Yep. Punching down is always how it seems. Like, why?
I like that. Martin, do you like that? I know you and Jackson are in an alliance, so he's automatically going to like it.
Well, that's the thing. It's like you're supposed to be like, oh, you're supposed to have thick skin. It's like someone just said that to you.
But the way
right
TMZ
there.
is now framing it is Kelce then goes, who's the F word now 3 times.
Right.
And I guess that they're trying to frame that as the headline as opposed to this guy was following with the phone, calling his brother the slur.
Right.
For dating a female. Again, we're not really examining the logic behind it. Yeah. And now Kelce is under fire because he used the slur.
Yeah, I saw.
Ah, yes. What an industry we've chosen to be in.
Now, you think he can get in legal trouble for destroying a $1,000 piece of property?
He probably has to pay for the phone. I'd say that would be the utmost of his exposure there. I think he might have to pay for the phone. I think he can afford that. Not too worried about it. Yeah, I just think I saw an article saying like Jason Kelce and Penn State fan exchange homophobic slurs. I'm like, that's not really what happened. I think anyone with common sense knows that Jason Kelce was doing the right thing in that situation.
Absolutely. I think more fans should be put on notice. If you jaw jack, you might get your phone spiked. You might get a confrontation. I was at a Packers-Cowboys playoff game. Season ends. Green Bay's done. They're walking off the field. All these Dallas fans are screaming obscenities at the players. And finally, Frank Winters, who's the center, he's from New Jersey. He's kind of a Sopranos kind of guy. He stops it. Hey, yeah. Are you talking to me right here? And this guy just melts in his pants. Goes, oh, hey, Frank, you did a good job. No, not you. Because everybody had their head down, walking off the field, whether it's Brett Favre or Sterling, they're just taking it. They don't care. And Frank Winters, we were standing there ready to go into the locker room, and Frank Winters stops it right there. Hey, yeah, you're talking to me? You want to say something? You want to come down here right now? And the guy's like, no, you played a good game, Frank. It was unbelievable how they just cowered.
There was more of that exact kind of thing, actually, with James Franklin as he walked off the field this Saturday following the Ohio State game where a guy was, Martin, remember the phrase tough and cool?
Oh, man.
Yeah.
Well, a lot of that this weekend.
It didn't go particularly well. Drunk, tough, and cool. James Franklin decided to have an exchange, and it didn't go well for the tough and cool fan who then just ran up the steps. Oh, I love seeing it. Open season. Mug and Nest is the sponsor of our 7 o'clock hour and 10 o'clock hour, for that matter, here on TMA. StLouisAcura.com. AltonToyota.com and AltonToyota.com. That's Jamie Burkhardt and Clayton Patterson. And then in the service department, Ryan Seiberg. Even if you didn't get your car from Munganess, St. Louis Acura, or Munganess, Burkhardt, Alton Toyota, get your car serviced there. They will take great care of you. They've been taking care of TMA listeners for years. It's where I go and get my cars. My family goes and gets their cars, and we all recommend them wholeheartedly. Go online at stlouisacura.com or altontoyota.com. They go out of their way to be accessible to our listeners, and that's why they've set up a number that you can text or call and go straight to the people in charge with any questions or requests you may have. That number is as follows, 314-252-0029, 314-252-0029. It's Munganess, St. Louis Acura, Munganess, Burkhardt, Alton Toyota. Send your emails in, Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today at 1045. Sign up to be a part of the TMA Trivia Night at St. Gabriel's a week from this Friday. $50 gets you all your food from Heavy Smoke and all of your libations as well. Plus, you can bring food and drink. Go to TMASTL.com and sign up your table of 8, or you can just go with a couple of friends and be put on a table and compete in the trivia. TMASTL.com. This third annual TMA Trivia Night a week from Friday at St. Gabriel's, 7:30 p.m. start. Chris Herbert joining us on the other side of the break to give us his perspective on Saturday night with the Blues win, Berube's return, and Broberg's injury. That's coming your way next here on TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN. Welcome back to Team A, and it's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. We are in our Fisher Window and Door Store 8 o'clock hour. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett with you on the program, and it is our pleasure to welcome to the Collier and Thompson phone lines the great Chris Kerber. Morning, Kerbs.
Morning, fellas. How are you today?
Wonderful. What's going on, man? How are you doing?
Not bad. Sorry for a little bit of the rain hitting the car, driving to an appointment, but so far, good Monday morning.
You get to hunker down. You got a 5-game homestand.
Yeah, settle in.
Christy, we're like, get on out of here, man. It's a weird schedule, isn't it? Stretches at home, stretches on the road. They've all been in huge chunks.
Yeah, last year I thought was probably one of the best road schedules we'd had, in my time with the Blues. This year, we've got a lot of those ones that are like 4 games in 10 days, which is a lot of downtime on the road. Long road trips this year. But you guys, listen, you guys know this. Here's a human aspect of this, right? You're on the road. And look, we stay in great hotels. We travel terrifically. Anybody that complains about traveling with a team in pro sports is out of their mind, right? And so you're eating good meals. You've got the opportunity to eat good meals. But honestly, the last thing on a 10-day road trip you want to necessarily do when you first get back home is go out to a restaurant. Now, at the same time, you've got your wife who's been home with the kids for 10 days, managing everything, running everything, just absolutely killing it there. And you get home, she's like, I made plans. We're going out to dinner tonight. You're like, yes, ma'am.
You have no choice in that.
Yeah, we're absolutely, where are we going? So it's one of the yins and the yangs of life when you've got to travel a lot.
As a broadcaster, when you travel with the team, can you take 3 or 4 bags and really kind of show yourself off with your clothes, or do they keep you to the minimum?
Listen, that's actually that's funny as heck that you said that, Doug. So, you're gone for 10 days. You'll look at some of these players on a bag that they bring in a suitcase, and you're like, how do you even fit your underwear for 10 days in that bag? Right? And now, as a broadcaster, if you go down to the workout room, if you're, you've got maybe a couple of suits, you've got a change of clothes for the off days, so the bag's, a pretty good size bag, right? And we took the train from Montreal to Ottawa. And as we're going into the train station, somebody looks at or Pavel Buchnevich, I think he looks at John Kelly and he says, how big is a bag do you need? And he started giving grief to the broadcasters for having bigger bags. And we're looking at his bag. We're like, Pavel, we don't know how you fit changes of clothes for 10 days in there. Well, these players, they might have one suit that they'll wear for 10 days.
Oh, gosh.
When they go to the rink, their workout clothes, everything is taken care of. It's washed for them, shoes, all that other stuff. So packing as a player is different than packing as a somewhat out-of-shape media guy.
Oh, I'm sure it is.
Curbs, you enjoy the Chiefs' return on Saturday night? It was kind of fun in the building.
Yeah, I thought it was actually really awesome. You knew it was going to be good. Ryan O'Reilly's was huge. Petrangelo's was huge. We've seen some big ones over the years, but that one for a full 2 minutes was as good as it gets. And, you could just the crowd going nuts at the right points when Berube's, they played Berube's Game 7 speech. I thought it was fitting. I thought it was great. That speech is legendary, I think, just from, not just from a Blues standpoint, but I think that's an all-timer across sports. And Craig Berube treated people with such integrity, class, and just genuineness that, yeah, he won a cup here, which is huge, and that may be the biggest factor. But just his personality was just, if it's not vintage St. Louis, I don't know what is. And it was awesome to see that return.
What did you think of the way the Blues played? It's 2 wins against a pretty good Toronto team now.
Well, I think it's also awesome that the Blues beat them. So that goes well. I thought they struggled a bit. Not great in the first period. Really found their game a bit more in the second. You saw the difference in goaltending there. It was really cool to see Joseph Woll get the home start. And also good then to see the Blues, have to beat them. Jordan Binnington has just been fantastic the last couple of games. So I think, honestly, what we've seen, Doug, in some of the victories and some of the losses with a 6-6 team after 12 games right now is honestly more of what I fully expected to see, which is ups and downs of a young team. Mistakes made at red lines and blue lines that cost you games, and then you play well enough because you're talented enough to beat some good teams. And what you hope is, as you continue to move on here, that you hope that they find more consistency for games like they had against Toronto.
Chris Kerber, our guest here on 101 ESPN. It's TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. Kerber joining us on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. Unfortunately, the Broberg injury is something that Blues fans understandably are concerned about, the way he went off the ice. Drew Bannister's comments following the game certainly indicate concern as well. Number one, any insight as to where things are with him, Kerbs? And secondarily, what did you see on that play as he was up against the boards with Mitch Marner?
Well, I saw something that made me cringe, almost Joe Theismann-like, without the break, right? Joe was recapping, and I'm watching the replay, and I literally grunted on the air. So not good composure on my part, but just more immediate reaction. Listen, this is one of those things. There's a couple of things. One, I agree with you. I didn't, the reaction of the coach afterwards that's pretty typical in that situation. Depending on how much swelling or how severe the injury is, they either got the MRI done yesterday or they'll probably get it today if they didn't get it yesterday, or within a day or so, right? Here's the thing. It didn't look good. Now, I was a little encouraged when he was able to get up and actually move it a little bit, took that first step, but again, that could be anything, and you never know how things react in a hockey booth. What my hope is, and I think there is reason for this hope, but my hope is, and I saw a hit on Colton Parayko years ago in New York against the Islanders, and he was just smoked. Might have been Anders Lee or somebody that put him into the boards, and you're like, he's done for good for a while. He came back out the next period. Some of these young bodies, they have a little more flexibility than we do, fellas. Mm-hmm. They're kind of Gumby-like, and so my hope is it's something more like a strain, a sprain, just looked really bad. Or a dislocation of some sort, something or other that, is not ligament related, that could be long term, in terms of something like that. So I'm holding out hope. I have no insight or what to expect, but I've got hope that it's something a little less than severe for a young man who I think is having a terrific season.
Blues and Lightning tomorrow. Pre-game 6 p.m. Blues in the midst of a 5-game homestand, trying to keep the momentum from beating the Leafs on Saturday night. One hell of an atmosphere, one hell of a game, and hopefully there will be some good news on Broberg, at least less than what people may fear could be coming down the pike. Chris Kerber with us every Monday here on 101 ESPN, giving us his perspective on the weekend that was. Kerbs, always enjoy the conversation. Thank you so much, sir.
All right, fellas. Have an awesome week. Cheers.
You too.
All right,
that's Chris Kerber with us here on 101 ESPN. I would imagine we will hear something here in about 2.5 hours. That'd be my guess, Doug.
Yeah, and does that mean Perunovic is going to have to step up probably and get the bulk of that ice time? Parayko played darn near 28 minutes Saturday night. It's a lot of ice time.
Yeah, there was a lot of ice time out there. Falk also had a big night as well on ice time. So that was something that happened in the middle of the second period, and then you got to carry your way in against a hell of an offense. So they were able to pull that off. But, man, if you have Thomas down, you have Broberg down, Letty's been out, Kapanen's been out. I mean, this is making things a little thin here to start the year. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett with you on the program. You're welcome to call in, talk about anything you want, anything. Full Metal Jacket. Jackson, is that good or bad?
Good.
Wow.
Oh, that was too quick.
Did you see that?
I didn't like it. Too quick.
It's one of Kubrick's best. First half a lot different than the second half, but both halves are great.
Okay. You're saying the movie was good. I thought you were agreeing with Tim on everything.
No.
I was concerned the alliance was getting a little wild.
Just talking about Full Metal Jacket.
It's nice to hear Jackie agree with Tim. That's important. It's better for the show.
Jackson got an envelope of cash this past weekend.
That's Southside cash.
Yeah, that's Southside cash carries. All right, we will welcome you to participate in the program. Callier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101. Air Comfort Service. Text line, 314-399-9646. And then the dueling YouTube chats. Different neighborhoods, Doug, watching the same show. It's like two different Manning casts. 278 people in the TMA YouTube chat. The 101 ESPN chat has 105 people.
Okay.
Cat Dad Gamer. Martin, do you know Cat Dad Gamer?
Not aware.
Says still doing two different YouTube chats. Dumb decision by 101.
Come on. Stop giving us the business. We're sensitive.
I did try to fix the setting here. My computer
What's going on?
Well, the monitor was right in front of the camera. Now, I didn't set this up, so I was trying to adjust, but the computer just keeps popping back up.
Yeah, we got microphone
They
issues.
want to know if it was sponsored by
issues.
Dell. It's Jackson's fault. Sorry.
No, the alliance is breaking up. I
Weak.
like it. Second half of the 8 o'clock hour brought to you by Fisher Window and Door Store coming up. Jackson, tell the people what we have.
We're going to go over the results of the pick six from for the weekend.
No, don't have time. Don't have time.
Doesn't seem necessary.
I will find a surprise caller any minute now.
Yeah, Biff is now being asked to call it. We'll take a break. Come back with more TMA on 101 ESPN. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen.
Hey, Chris Kerber with you here. And listen, I travel a heck of a lot during the winter months. The one thing I do not want to have to deal with from the road is a furnace or the heater for the house going out and having to figure out how to manage that from the road and help my wife and kids out in that moment. So what do? You try to do everything you can to prevent those scenarios. I've got Classic Air Care coming out to the house in the middle of November to do a checkup on the unit, to make sure that it's all ready to go, to do everything I can to make sure that there is not a breakdown. And yet we all know that breakdowns are inevitable. It's going to happen. It's a piece of machinery. Stuff happens. So when it does happen, I also know that I can call Classic Air Care. I can get to them right away. I can go online, set an appointment, and they'll be out to fix it. And I know that they can do that when I'm on the road. I know my family's going to be taken care of. That's the kind of service you can count on with Classic Air Care. Get online, get an appointment today at classicaircare.com. Check out their 4.8 Google rating. Find out all the reviews. If you're in the market for a new furnace for the winter, now's the time to get it done. The prices are as good as it's going to get because they will go up after the turn of the year because of some government regulations. So the bottom line, Classic Air Care is there. Look, it's not sexy. It's keeping the house warm. It's keeping your house comfortable. Get it done. Get them out there. Get them to check the unit. Make sure it's ready to go. If you need a repair, if you need a new unit, you know you can count on them. It's Classic Air Care and online at classicaircare.com.
This is Action Jackson with a SportsCenter update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. The Detroit Pistons defeat the Brooklyn Nets yesterday, 106-92. The Pistons took the subway to get to that game in Brooklyn because of the New York City Marathon. Cade Cunningham with 19 points on 8 for 13 shooting. Nice little performance by the former number 1 overall pick. That was another SportsCenter update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, an independent American Standard heating and air conditioning dealer.
It's the Morning After. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen, Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, and Chairman Kurt is our phone line filter here in the Fisher Window and Door Store, 8 o'clock hour. You can call in, and we just put you on the air. I mean, the filtering process is just a guy answering the phone in the studio.
More or less.
314-974-0101, Collier and Thompson phone lines.
So Curbs called in, and then Kurt put them on. So just open phone lines.
Call on in. You're a friend of the show. Gabe DeArmond's going to be doing the same thing in the 9
he'll
o'clock
call
hour.
in and get on because so nobody else has called in.
That's correct.
Media types are getting on the show.
Right.
But it appears they're the only ones calling in.
And then do their own commercials when it's over.
Yeah.
I love that.
You can get involved also by texting in Collier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101. We did our Pick 6.
No, we didn't.
College football games on Friday. Jackson Burkett is here with the results. Ladies and gentlemen, from Horton Watkins class of 2016, Jackson Burkett.
All right, well, let's start out with the worst of us all. Unfortunately, it was Mr. Martin Kilcoyne.
No, Martin.
He liked Arkansas, Illinois, Georgia, Texas A&M, and Pitt. None of those covered. However, Ohio State did. We all had Ohio State, so we all got at least one win. Martin goes 1-5. Doug comes in third. I hear Chairman Kurt on the phones. I love it. Love it. Doug had the Hogs, ILL, Georgia, Texas A&M. Now, he did have SMU and Ohio State, so Doug goes 2-4.
Yeah, I misunderstood the question.
Sure.
What, did Georgia not cover?
No, 14.5. Just barely. I told you those Gators would backdoor it. I had the Hogs. That did not cover, but I did have Minnesota, Florida, SMU, Ohio State. I also was on Texas A&M. I go 4-2. And then our winner for last week, Tim McKernan, had everything right except Pitt. Pitt got smoked.
That was the game of the night, I believe.
Yeah, Jackson did call the game of the night.
There were so many blowouts this weekend. Like it was not the most fun college football viewing. The best game, obviously, being at 11 a.m., much to the chagrin of the fans of Happy Valley.
I do well on college football. It's the only thing I feel like I do well on, kind of year in and year out, but I do these stupid-ass parlays, and therefore I lose money. And had Dan Lanning not gone for that extra touchdown, Doug, I'd just be throwing cash to everybody in here.
Would you
today.
really? You'd make it rain?
I would have made it rain in the 101 ESPN studio.
There was some, like South Carolina, who had them smoking Texas A&M. Covering is one thing, but to absolutely decimate them like that.
I mean, to their credit, they were down and they responded. They're a damn good team. They're kind of a sneaker team.
Is Connor Wegman is the one game he played good ever against Mizzou, and that'll be it?
Yeah, they brought Marcel Reed in for this one, and he was held in check in the second half. South Carolina's a legit team. Yeah. Legit.
If you would really make it rain in here.
Thank you for catching the reference.
If you make it rain in here, we'll all act like we're seriously attracted to you.
Clip that off. It's a new promo.
Doug pandering for the cash just to fly around. I thought Texas A&M was going to get rolling here. I thought they felt underrated. And the coach had the rant the week before, and maybe
Mike
he just
Elko,
stepped out there a little too far, maybe.
One of the things that I look for when it comes to college football wagering, certainly night home games with underdogs. That is, I love that, and we had that with South Carolina. Mm-hmm. I also look for teams coming off of a huge game for the letdown, and we had that with A&M and LSU the week before, and A&M having to go to Columbia. Now, this is not infallible by any means, but I think more often than not, it's going to work out for you. And Ohio State had the tight game with Nebraska the week before, and I just had a sense that they would right the ship against Penn State, and they were in a position to blow that thing out. Credit to Penn State for sticking around. Then James Franklin was walking off the field. Now, before the game, Jason Kelsey was accosted by somebody with a phone in his face trying to get him to react, and he did by calling Jason's brother Travis a gay slur, and then Jason turned around and slammed the phone down. That was my favorite thing I saw this weekend. After the game, James Franklin, who's under fire for not having success against quality opponents in Penn State since taking over after leaving Vanderbilt, a younger tyke, was waiting for him.
In an odd outfit, may I add.
Doug, did you like the gentleman's outfit?
I didn't really notice the
kind
outfit.
of
I was just listening to them yell at each other.
Velour tracksuit with some sort of...
I like those.
Some sort of driving cap.
So James Franklin's walking off the field at Happy Valley. And, usually you just get yelled at and you just kind of, when you're in the arena, it's just like, okay, enjoy. You got a lot going on. James Franklin, for whatever reason, decided to engage. Take a listen if you would.
What was the bell all about?
That's what he rang. It seemed like dismissively as he was walking off the field to a smattering of applause.
Did the guy answer when he said, "What's your name?"
No,
little
he ran
Timmy's broken toaster. What if he had a weird avatar?
Ran up the stairs.
Yeah.
It was unbelievable. It was so great. Oh my God! Happy Valley had a big day for trolls coming to life. The Jason Kelsey guy actually wanted a piece and got it, and then this guy was screaming at Franklin like he was on the Penn State message board, and then Franklin actually responds, "What's your name?" and the guy runs away. Y'all bitches, and we knew it too.
Okay. And I think Franklin handled it. I mean, that's the great way to do it. Say, "What's your name?" Okay, he didn't go on a tirade. He didn't embarrass himself as a coach.
What's your name? Oh, it was perfect. Oh, I loved it.
I liked McAfee trolling Big Noon Kickoff while they were doing game day simultaneously.
Oh, I didn't know that happened.
Yeah, Big Noon Kickoff was at Happy Valley.
That's
and
a
so
tough
was the
show.
Game day.
That's a tough show.
Are you leading into audio, Jackie?
We can play the here. I'll play it right now.
Oh, if you
look
could.
At this. Look at that. Paul, you guys have a little alliance, Martin.
This game is not at night. This is a Big Noon kickoff. Kind of a mixed reaction. I don't think there's any people at their set. That's on them, not on us. All I know is after today, that football team, these fans are going to be proud to say, we are! We are! We are! Thank you.
Little Penn State action there?
Well, it's about the fact that game had to be at 11 Central, 12 Eastern because of Big Noon Kickoff, which is... You think that Indiana-Ohio State game will be at 11 o'clock?
Probably. I mean, they put the premier games there. It sucks. It's brutal.
Garbage.
It's brutal.
Martin,
this is the
we
last
want to make this
right?
awkward for you.
Yeah.
No, it's been a hit. Fox loves it. Fox loves it. I do think it's weird they both have the pregame. You can never outdo game day. That's the gold standard of the morning pregame.
Yeah, and if you're game day, I mean, I get McAfee's kind of the new guy on there, but it's like you talked about punching down. Mm-hmm. Today's phrase, Martin, is punching down. Mm-hmm. And it's like you're the, you don't need to even acknowledge that the thing exists.
Right. I agree. I do like acknowledging, though, that the reason that this game is being played at noon Eastern is because of this.
Not happy in Happy Valley.
They were screaming F Big Noon Kickoff, like F Fox. Sorry.
Maybe they should have focused on the game, huh?
Yeah.
What's your name, pal? That's what I want to know.
Did I not say?
Here's what you do, Doug. When you have a week like we just did with the picks, you just say, we're moving on. Mm-hmm. And immediately after a game, Coach, you just lost 40-10. We're on to the Giants already. Mm-hmm. Well, we just saw the game that Spags would do it. Well, moving forward, we got Miami next week. And you'd say, well, what about the game that just happened? Mm-hmm. Every coach, that's what you do. So, Tim, I'm sorry. Doug and I are on to next week.
Shoot, we'll fix that.
We're already
Trent.
Mr. Licks is not happy with the audio. What the hell was that audio? Couldn't hear a thing. That's from Mr. Licks.
I was thinking I was going to get crap for that, and I understand it. It's as good as I could get it.
I was the one who sent the audio over, too.
Yeah,
more of a visual, maybe that one, the James Franklin.
Right.
It's tough. Like anytime you're doing cell phone audio, it's always tough. But I think it was important to play.
Those had to be two of the worst clips of audio we've ever heard on this damn show. Come on, Powder.
That's some Powder. Certainly since we moved to one-on-one, but I've played much worse than that before.
Going back in the annals.
Yeah.
Oh, I've been much worse.
Yeah, 100%. 100%. I'm getting better day by day. Slowly.
Doug, you wanted to hear from Biff on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. Martin, this is your chance to get a chance to talk it over with Biff. Here on 101 ESPN, he spells it B-I-F. Good morning, Biff.
Hey.
Biff. Yes, Biff.
Hey, congratulations for making it to FM, Tim.
Thank you so much. You know, Martin's here and Doug's here and Chairman Kurt and Jackson, too.
Yeah, all you guys, yeah. Congratulations. It only took you 20 years, but hey, you did it.
Stop it.
Hey, what did Big Walt say? Don't screw it up, dirtbag. I believe that was his advice.
Is that it, Biff? Is it? You got a hot take?
Yeah, but I do. I got one hot take.
Okay.
Why are you guys rattling off NBA scores for? What's up with that?
Jackson, I believe that's directed at you.
Yeah.
Pay no attention to that. Get to your point.
I do have a hot take.
Okay.
Me and Iggy are bringing back Biff and Show. Tim, what do you think?
Oh, Biff and Show is one of my all-time favorites.
Yeah. We hashed out a plan this weekend. Cookie the Dwarf has all the technology to get us on as a podcast, and it's coming back soon, Jim.
I'm watching Martin listen to this.
Where's it going to be on?
Is this a spinoff?
It'll be up by the first of the year. A couple months from now.
No, Doug. I think he said where.
So is it a station or a podcast or how
technology and stuff.
Yeah.
Podcast, Tim.
Okay. Well, there's other people here. You don't have to keep saying Tim.
Is this a bit or is this real?
Very real.
What?
Okay, so you have a podcast coming up probably around the first of the year with Iggy.
Yeah.
And Cookie the Dwarf.
Biff and Show podcast.
Okay.
First coming up soon. Yep.
That's exciting news.
It is. I loved Biff and Show.
Yep. We'll have the adult film stars. We'll have. We'll have. We're going to have female bartenders on there, Tim. We're going to have a segment called Ask a Bartender, and we're going to have girls with large breasts come in and that are bartenders and tell stories from the bars.
Do you have any sponsors lined up?
We're working on that. Cookie the Dwarf's working on that.
Okay.
They're lining up. Sounds a little like the late night score. I gotta be honest.
That was hot for the 2 weeks it was on. Well, Biff, congratulations on relaunching Biff and Show. It was my favorite afternoon drive brokered programming.
It was fun.
Well, say goodbye to Tim.
Well, be interesting to see how it plays out.
Who'd you have to pay off to get on FM?
All right.
Dad pay somebody else to get on FM, Tim, or what?
Tim's dad bought us a spot.
My dad bought the time slot.
Yeah. Hey, it's okay.
Okay.
Yeah. Martin, what are you doing with these clowns? Why are you back with these guys?
That's a great question. I've asked that in my own head. I don't know, hourly.
Have you and Kim discussed it
hourly?
Is Kim like, okay, I remember this nonsense.
She was texting in last week. I said, oh, dear God, she was listening.
She's a loyal listener.
Loyal listener. No, we're having fun, Biff. That's what we're doing.
Yeah, you better believe it, Biff. Just like you and Iggy will on Biff and Show.
B-I-F.
That's correct.
Okay, it's not.
No, two F's.
Oh, it's two F's.
I thought you guys.
I thought it was one F.
It's like Prince. It changes.
If you look up Sesame Street Biff, that's where I got the name. Sesame Street Biff. He was the construction worker puppet foreman on Sesame Street.
Gotcha. And that's what you do for a living.
That's good knowledge.
And his hard hat says Biff with two F's on his hard hat.
Mr. Licks would like to be your title sponsor. He says, I'd like to be your title sponsor. Let me know how I get payment over. I'm assuming it's a pack of cigarettes for Iggy and a case of Bush for you, Biff.
That's funny, yeah.
It's a good start, though.
I don't know how he's going to afford that. All he does is bag groceries at Shop and Save.
Career shaming on the
Shop
program.
and Save's still around.
No, I don't think so.
Or what's that other one? Aldi's?
Aldi's,
whatever.
yeah. They only have baggers at Aldi's. You got to pay 25 cents for the cart.
Oh, Snooks, whatever. He's a bagger. I just know he works in High Ridge.
That's right. Weaving the spots. All right, Biff, congratulations on the relaunch of Biff and Show with Ken Iggy Strode. I will be a loyal listener.
What, so you guys,
He's not done yet.
What's your food suggestions for the week?
Food suggestions.
30 seconds. Clock countdown starts now.
Blue Bunny, Bunny Tracks ice cream.
Restaurants?
No, Blue Bunny, Bunny Tracks ice cream. Have you tried that?
No, is it good?
Oh gosh, it's the greatest ice cream.
Is this still an on-air discussion going on here?
I don't think so. I think we're off.
Head over to the Village Bar, get yourself a burger. I was there on Saturday.
Oh,
hanging out. Yeah.
Boy, that's a good burger.
Love the old Village
Crinkle
Bar.
cut fries?
Oh, it's some waffle fries.
Ooh, they got waffle fries?
They season them up, too. Yeah, they season
In Village, they got waffle fries?
yeah,
big time.
Yeah, they season them up.
Is that on a secret menu?
No.
I don't
It's
care.
right there.
I might have to get that.
I think Biff's still there.
Yeah, Biff, what do we...
That's my new avatar. Biff's still there.
What restaurant are you talking about?
The Village Bar over there in De Pere. Stop by. Get yourself a burger.
Manchester.
Waffle fries.
Near the mall. There.
Oh, yeah, I know the owner. The owner's a friend of mine.
Oh, good. Okay.
Yeah. That's good. That's good stuff. The burger and waffle fries, for sure.
Very good place, you're right. Very good place.
Well,
all right.
Okay.
What about pizza this week?
Oh, come on.
Thanks, Biff.
All right.
Didn't matter. You cut him off?
I had to. I mean, come on.
You cut him off?
Wow, Jackson.
Wasn't
That's what they call him, Vladimir Burkett.
What's that?
Now, Chairman, you're cheering. You're happy that he cut him off, or you're cheering that he's called Vladimir Burkett?
No, I'm cheering for the cutoff.
Wow.
Listen, I've seen the movie before. It was never gonna end. He would have had a list of some sort. It's just, you got to hit the hole.
No, I think that had to happen.
Can I call in and talk Pistons hoops with Libby Jack next segment?
Sure.
I promise not to stutter too much and sound more incoherent than Biff. That's from the 314.
Yeah, we got Gabe at 9, so.
The Colonel.
Presented by James Carlton.
That's exactly right. The Colonel will give us his perspective. Martin, you're going to give us your perspective on lowtusa.com and mentality.
Absolutely. There's a real difference here. When you're looking to improve your game, you've lost your edge, you want to get it back, whether it's the weight room or the bedroom, go to lowtusa.com. The first step, of course, is getting online. Take that step, enter the promo code RISE, R-I-S-E, and the difference here is an in-person consultation. You're not going online and filling out a form. They're going to meet with you, talk about what personalized treatment plan you need. Where are you looking to improve? Weight gain, muscle loss. Those are things that are happening to a lot of us. You can improve with lowtusa.com. Again, get yourself back, get your focus back, your energy back, get on track. You don't want to call into a radio show and sound like you're a little flat. You want to have energy. Stop the weight gain, stop the muscle loss, mood swings, instability. All of that can be because of your low T. Find out more. Mentality is at lowtusa.com. Mentality Health. Get yourself back in the game.
Mentality at lowtusa.com. Gabe DeArmond coming up in the 9 o'clock hour, which is presented to you by 5P and Hustle and Heart Academy. And then we have the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day coming up at 10:45. Gabe DeArmond in the 9 o'clock hour. Who will be quarterbacking Missouri this Saturday against Oklahoma? It's up for snatch grabs, Doug. I have no idea who it will be. Colonel's going to join us, give us his perspective. This is TMA, brought to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN. Welcome back to TMA. It's presented to you by Brown & Crouppen. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett with you. Chairman Kurt manning the phone lines, which are brought to you by Collier and Thompson. Jackson, what is this Tom Brady audio? I'm not familiar with it. And I was watching some NFL yesterday.
So we talked about on Balloon Party, actually, about how Tom Brady in his new ownership deal cannot be critical of teams or critical of officials.
Yeah. And he was on the call of the Lions and Packers.
In which he had he was a little bit critical of a call. Here, I'll let you take a listen and see if you would describe this as critical of an officiating call.
This game is not at night.
Nope.
That wasn't him.
Wow, he was hopping mad.
Here we go.
What rage from the calm quarterback.
And in Van, here we go.
That the hit raised to the level of a disqualification.
I don't love that call at all. I mean, obviously it's a penalty, but to me, that has to be serious intent in a game like this.
So there you go.
Got it.
The Lions player was ejected.
Yeah,
and
I
they
saw
said it
that.
came from New York, that the on-field officials didn't rule it that way. And New York called and said, kick him out.
Well, if he can't have an opinion on plays like that, what's he doing in the booth?
That's the whole issue. You're getting paid $375 million, and now that you're a shareholder with the Raiders, one of the things that he has to agree to is to not be critical of officials. Quite a spot.
Yeah.
I don't know how you can do that job.
Exactly
not
right.
Criticize officials. And if you're Fox, you gave them all that money. I would say, what are you doing here? Because the Raiders thing came up after they cut the check to him or agreed to the deal. He can't go to production meetings because he works for the Raiders, and they're always a threat to be good, of course, 2-7, I believe, right now.
Yeah.
I mean, if I'm the Fox higher-ups, the Murdochs, I'd say, what are you doing? What do you want to do? You want to be an NFL owner? Okay. They have all these rules, so you can't do this, you can't do that. Now you're not in the production meetings. So Kevin Burkhardt probably sits down with him and says, okay, here's what Coach LaFleur told us about their third down plan. Here's what Dan Campbell said they're going to do defensive. Like, you have to just repeat everything that you're told?
Yeah. It puts him in a really tough spot, I would think. And he can't be critical of other teams, too. Like, he basically can't do anything except talk about a little bit what's going on in the field. I mean, not much there.
Well, Coach Belichick and I, when we did it, like, what else can you go to? You haven't met with the current team. You can't critique things.
If you're him, what do? Do you give up your $37 million a year to call one football game a week? Probably not.
No, I think
I bet he just tries to straddle the line and pulls back a little bit.
Yeah, I think that's probably. I mean, he probably is going to get fined if I had to guess for something like that. I'm sure he can afford it, but I think a lot of this is going to come down to he's just going to have to carry a lot of fines when it comes to what he's going to be doing.
I do think he's survived kind of the early heat. Like, nobody crushes him. He hasn't been a huge hit, but I don't think people are just destroying him.
He's been better than I thought he would be, but I had low expectations.
I think that's fair.
That's what I went into it as, but I'd be surprised if he's doing this in a couple of years.
I was going to say.
That's my projection.
My concern was that he wouldn't be overly entertaining, and then you remove the ability to critique. I mean, if you're not going to be a live wire in there, you got to at least be able to criticize.
This would be a tough show for us to do when we buy NFL franchises. To continue to do what we do.
Correct.
Once we're part owners of the Jags, we won't be able to comment on things.
That's correct. We got to be very careful.
You got to keep it simple, right? Just keep it. I tell Jackie that all the time. Just keep it simple. And when it comes to your heating issues this winter, it's real simple. Fourth generation. That tells you they've been around. They're going to be around a long time. Design Air Heating and Cooling. Longest running TMA supporter. Don't hold that against them. Seth Goldcamp and the team making sure that you have a nice, comfortable home this winter. We know it's starting to shift. It feels a little more like November. We had a great October, man. November's here. It's starting a little cooler at night, cooler in the morning. When it shifts, you flip on the furnace. You want to make sure it works. Have them come out. Do a little pre-check. Like we do at the show. We get here about 5:30, go over everything. The buzz in the mic, can't handle it. This happens. Pre-show, test things out ahead of time. They'll never upsell. They have thousands and thousands of satisfied customers. That's because they've been doing it a long time. They've been doing it the right way. Website, real easy. Get on there, set up your appointment. Do it all online. Designair.net. All of your heating and cooling needs. Again, winter is here. It's coming. Make sure the furnace is working properly. Go to Design Air Heating and Cooling online, designair.net.
Design Air is the sponsor of the email today that comes your way at 10:45. Send your emails in the morning after at InsideSTL.com and compete against legends like Buck Swope and this previous month's winner, the JV golf coach. Send yours in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. powermazoo.com. Gabe DeArmond joins us. Coming up in the 5P Academy and Hustle and Heart Sports Performance 9 o'clock hour, Gabe is brought to you by James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency. The Colonel with powermazoo.com. Who will be quarterbacking Missouri on Saturday night against Oklahoma? Does the Colonel see chaos, the chaos that I see coming with the college football playoff? All of that coming your way. Your questions are also welcome for Gabe via the Air Comfort Service text line at 314-399-9646 and in the YouTube chat, 101 ESPN YouTube chat and the TMA STL YouTube chat. You can watch this show and comment and participate in the conversation there. This is the Morning After, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen, as we close out the Fisher Window and Door Store 8 o'clock hour here on 101 ESPN. Doug, how good is this going to sound at Faroe Field on Saturday night at 6:45 on the SEC Network?
The building will be up for grabs.
Snatch grabs.
Mm-hmm. How loud can you get, Missouri fans? I like when Mike says that. Imploring the crowd to do their part.
Ladies and gentlemen, this program is called The Morning After. We are presented to you by Brown and Crouppen, Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Buzz.
Buzz is back. There's a real buzz about this show, man.
Jackson Burkett. And in studio right now, making his 101 ESPN in-studio debut on TMA, ladies and gentlemen, longtime Morning After sponsor and Tim McKernan Show podcast sponsor, the great James Carlton.
Oh, well, good morning, everyone.
What's it like? What do you think?
I like the natural light.
The buzz. Where's it coming from? It's your mic, Tim, I think.
I don't know what to say. I'm not touching it.
We're just going to have to live with it because it's Timmy's mic.
Okay.
Do we have a moment for a quick aside?
Yeah, we're taking
an aside.
Yeah, we're taking a quick aside.
I just moved a little bit here in Jackson. I've noticed here the board there is extremely dusty, like an old mansion that's been abandoned for 60 years. Dusty. Can we do something about? I wonder if that's affecting the buzz or creating the buzz potentially. Look at that, filthy.
Oh, I hear it every now and then.
Gabe's gonna hang up.
What's it called? Tinnitus? When you get that in your...
You know what I think it is? It might be your laptop close to the microphone.
Oh, I like that.
Jackson's shaking that off.
Because it changes based on where his laptop is.
Well, nonetheless.
Don't shake your head at me. I'm just offering a possible solution.
Joining us right now on the Collier and Thompson phone line, presented by James Carlton, the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency. It's the Colonel Gabriel P. DeArmond. Morning, Colonel.
Captivating green room conversation.
Oh, no, he's coming down hard on us.
I don't think he meant that.
It was very Straussian. Gabe, I'm going to hit the hole. Who is the quarterback on Saturday night for the Missouri Tigers?
My guess would be Drew Pine.
Oh, nice.
I'd be surprised if Brady's ready to go. I mean, look, they had 2 sets of X-rays. If they showed nothing, I think we would probably know that. I think that means they probably showed something. He's not done for the year. And I understand all the, hey, just throw Aiden Glover out there and see what happens. But coaches don't operate that way. It's not fair to the rest of the team. Drew Pine's there. Look, I get what we saw from him the last 2 weeks, but he's played major college football before. He's actually won games at this level. Nobody else has. So I think he's their best shot if Brady Cook's not able to go.
Do you think Drink will reveal that? How do you think he'll play the week?
No. He will tell us tomorrow that we can wait until Wednesday night for the availability report. At about 5:30 on Wednesday, Pete Thamel will tweet that Brady Cook is doubtful. Brady will be listed as doubtful or questionable for 3 consecutive days, and then sometime in the minutes before the availability report comes out, 90 minutes before kickoff, Pete Thamel will tweet that sources indicate to him that Brady Cook is probably not going to play. So that would be my blueprint for the week.
You would think they'd have a shot to beat Oklahoma no matter who starts. What has happened to Oklahoma? How does a perennial juggernaut fall apart like this?
Yeah, I mean, their offensive line, they've missed some guys in recruiting, lost a couple guys in the transfer portal. Their offensive line's not very good. At one point, their top 5 receivers were all hurt this year. I'm not sure if that's still the case. They've played 2 quarterbacks. Neither one of them has done anything. They fired their OC. I mean, yeah, if you're going to win a game without your starting quarterback, this one seems like the most likely one because you can actually win this game 12-10. I don't know that you can win any of the rest of the games 12-10.
Gabe, good morning. For those that haven't had a chance to read your interview with Laird Veach, am I saying that right? Is it Laird or Lard? Laird. My apologies. With Laird Veach. I mean, before the season started, Coach Drinkwitz was really challenging the fans to show up, to support financially. I mean, they hit a record on season tickets. They sold out every game. And the thing that's been lacking is the product on the field. So when you spoke with Mr. Veach, what was the top few things that he's asking for fans to do? Because as a big-time Mizzou fan, I feel like I'm doing my part. I just feel like the product on the field's lacking.
Yeah, I mean they're gonna raise ticket prices. He told me it would be a significant increase. The exact information won't be known probably until December. I think they're still working through some things there. They're going to revamp donations. Basically, right now, one donation to their scholarship fund or whatever covers football tickets, basketball tickets, and parking, and that's not going to be the case anymore. There's going to be separate donations, I think, which is, look, I don't dive into that a whole lot, but apparently the way pretty much everybody else in the SEC does it is they separate it. I understand fans who will be look, you can never tell anybody prices are going up, and people are going to say, that's awesome. I really want to pay more, right? That's not true of anything. But prices for virtually everything have gone up over the last 20 years, so that's the way it goes. And in this league, Laird said Missouri was $35 million below the average in athletic department revenue. Not
not 35 million below the top, 35 million below the average. They're 13th out of 16 teams above Ole Miss, Mississippi State, and Vanderbilt. I completely understand fans who say, how much more can we give? We're already, paying for tickets, donating, spending our time, paying the players. What else do they want us to do? I completely understand that line of thought. This is also what Missouri signed up for when they joined the SEC. In this league, you are competing with a bunch of fan bases who will say, I don't care how much it costs. I don't care what they ask me. This is so important to me. I will give up other things in my life to make this work. It is up to every individual if they decide to do that or not. There will be people who say, yeah, I'm not paying anymore. I've reached my limit. That's how every business is run, right? And I know it's really hard for fans to understand that college sports is a business, but it is. So they're going to hit a price point. I mean, eventually, if they just kept raising prices, they would hit a price point where you get diminishing returns, where enough people say, I'm not going to do this, that they start losing money. But they are betting that, hey, even if some people say, I'm out, I'm going to walk away, the added revenue, some more people will jump in and take tickets that become available, that they will make more money that way than they're currently making. And ultimately, that's the goal.
Gabe DeArmond with us, brought to you by James Carlton. He is with us on 101 ESPN. This is the Morning After. Colonel, I was surprised to see on ESPN.com this morning that Bill Conley has Missouri with a 6.5% chance of making the college football playoff, just half a percentage point behind Clemson. Now, Clemson hasn't really beaten anybody either. They lost at home badly on Saturday night. The score, I think, was closer than the game was against Louisville, and they got worked in the first week of the season against Georgia. Missouri at 6.5% to make the college football playoff. Is that a number that you agree with?
Well, I mean, it's mathematically possible. If you have 2 losses or fewer, you still can do it, right? Missouri still can be 10-2. I don't think any of us sit here thinking that's likely today, knowing what we know about the quarterback, but that model doesn't build in, hey, your starting quarterback may not play this week. So if they get to 10-2 and enough other chaos happens, then sure, I'll trust Bill. He is good at math and does all the numbers. I assume 6.5% of the time it works out that Missouri gets to 10-2 and everybody else loses enough that that's good enough. I don't see it being very likely. I mean, to me, here's one of Missouri's biggest problems. Let's say Missouri gets to 10-2, and let's say Texas A&M loses to Texas at the end of the season, and they're sitting 9-3. Who deserves to be in that playoff? 10-2 Missouri or 9-3 Texas A&M, which beat Missouri by 31 points? To me, Texas A&M still got a better resume. Who deserves to be in 9-3 Alabama or 10-2 Missouri? Still, to me, 9-3 Alabama. There's just too many teams that they would all have to lose at least one, and in many cases 2 more. And I just don't see that happening. I mean, so yeah, there's, I guess, a mathematic chance, but I've basically quit talking about Missouri in the playoff. There are people that still want to do it and still want to run the chances, and that's great. I just don't see it being reality.
I wonder if we are going to see an outcry for divisions to return in college football. I think about a month and change from now, when they announce the final college football playoff field, there is going to be anarchy, and I think part of it will be a byproduct of something that you just alluded to, Gabe, and that is you're going to have teams that might get in because their schedule is favorable, and then the chaos that could ensue with a team losing in the conference championship game and then potentially missing out on the playoff, whereas a team that was sitting idle on that weekend gets in. The way things are shaken out with 4 teams in the Big Ten, you can make a case for 5 or 6 being still in the mix in the SEC, much less Notre Dame lurking, the Group of 5 team and the conference champions. And that's just all operating on the premise that the Big 12 and the ACC only get 1. I think we're going to have anarchy. Do you see the possibility of divisions returning?
I think they should. I mean, because before you even get to the college football playoff, we are going to have conference championship game participants decided by things like what was the 7th place team's winning percentage. And, it could ultimately reach coin flip or random draw. I don't think it will, but it could. Because you're going to have, I think right now there's 5 SEC teams with 1 loss in the league. I mean, the chances of there being a 3-team tie for first place in these leagues where the 3 teams didn't all play each other is really high. And it just seems like a really bizarre way to pick who finishes in the conference championship game. I mean, you can't have 16-team and 18-team leagues and have everybody play each other. And so I understand unbalanced schedules, but you have to have some group where those teams all share a common schedule, I would think. The one thing I never understood about this is why we had to get rid of divisions. I mean, I've always been a big proponent. If you're going to 16 in the SEC, which is, I mean, that's a number that makes sense, right? 18 is kind of weird, but if you go to 16 in the SEC, just play 4 groups of 4. Those are your quads, like NFL divisions. The division champions meet each other in conference semifinals on whatever, Thanksgiving weekend or the weekend after that. And then you play the conference championship game, and then you move on. Hey, the winner's in the playoff. And if you could get 4 16-team leagues, you can do that where, hey, you basically start the playoffs with conference semifinals, then conference finals, then the 4 winners play in the national finals, and the 2 winners of that play in the title game. It's much more NCAA tournament-like, and it's always made more sense, but I don't know. It probably ends up with not as many games you can put on TV, so there's less money for it.
I know at the end of last week we talked about that Matt Zollers going to the Penn State-Ohio State game, maybe wavering a bit. Just in general, who do you think the Mizzou QB is next year? Is it going to be somebody that's a veteran, that's a transfer? Is it going to be a young guy? What's your gut as to who ends up next year being the QB?
Yeah, I don't think next year's starter is on the roster. I mean, I think Matt Zollers will sign here, and he will be here next year, but you can't ask a true freshman coming off a broken leg to be your starter. I fully expect they will hit the portal. Sam Horn, if he's still on the roster, look, he hadn't played significant football in 3 years. He's coming off Tommy John surgery. I don't think you can go in counting on him.
Better odds that Mizzou makes the CFP or Cousin Shane bangs the drum on Saturday night.
Martin Cousin Shane. Are you familiar with his work?
I am not familiar
That's a
with
podcast
Cousin.
I listen to. James and I listen to.
He's coming.
He's coming. Is he banging the drum?
He wants to.
He said Drinkwitz talked to him about it at SEC Media Days. My guess is on the list of things that Eli Drinkwitz cares one bit about this week, Cousin Shane banging the drum is probably not there. Sounds like something that was promised in July that, I would be surprised.
Cousin Shane has a podcast?
It's a good podcast. They do
drinks beer on it.
But look, how many people in Furrow Field would have any idea who he is?
I don't know.
I'm going to be there. I didn't know who Cousin. I'm looking forward to seeing Cousin. I'm not familiar with his work.
You can't miss him.
Whose cousin is he?
He looks like he might be on the offensive line. He's a big guy. He's SEC Mike's cousin. That's who he is.
Oh, he's SEC Mike's cousin.
He's everybody's cousin.
That's exactly right.
It's just like I've learned from covering recruiting, the word cousin. It's hard to figure out what that means sometimes these days.
Hey, Colonel, one more thing before we wrap things up with you. The basketball team is playing tonight. Thank you. That's for Jackson. There you go.
That's exciting.
Thoughts, concerns?
I mean, I got no clue what to think about this team. It's a brand new roster again. Basically, everybody else has brand new rosters. I like that they're starting with a real game against Memphis, which has had a typical Penny Hardaway offseason of complete chaos.
Everybody gets fired.
I don't know what to expect tonight. I think if you're a Missouri fan, you just go, hey, let's get to the under 8 timeout, have a chance to win this game. Let's be competitive. Let's look like a real power conference team and then go beat a bunch of nobodies and see where you stand on December 3rd when Cal comes to town.
There it is. Jackson, does that get you fired up?
He's pumped.
Oh,
he has no microphone. He's mute.
You're like, no. I'm like, what are you doing?
He's like, no. He ran out to buy some Swiffers. He's not available right
he's
now.
out. Colonel, always appreciate the time. Thank you so much.
All right, guys, have a good one.
There it is. That's Gabe Yarman. And he is presented to you by James Carlton, who is in studio with us and hopes to see Cousin Shane.
I do. I love Cousin Shane.
Yeah.
Will that make your weekend, even if they lose, as long as Cousins
it's about all I have to hope for at this point. I mean, this feels like a Rams Spagnuolo season all of a sudden.
Oh,
wow.
Man, I hate to hear you say
that's
that.
pretty dark.
That is real dark.
We did have Doug Vaughn look up the weather during the break.
Yeah.
It's a 45% chance of rain.
So it's going to be a little chilly and rainy, Martin. You're heading on down.
Families going to the game. Maybe we won't stay the whole game. If they get up 12-10, I might feel secure in that W. If they can get that kind of lead. 12.
Let me know if you find a good place to park. That's always my chief concern.
Yeah. Parking in uniforms.
Parking in uniforms with Doug Vaughn.
Did Drink tell this cousin Shane that he could bang the drum?
Yes, he did.
Wow. I wonder if he regrets that.
Drinkwitz makes the decision about who pounds the drum?
I actually think he does, yeah.
I would not be surprised.
Yeah.
Jackson, I guess you can't.
Take it back. I'm done.
You can't
Jody
speak.
Foster.
You can't speak. But most people have some minimal sign language skills.
Mm-hmm.
He looked to be in utter panic. Like Tim just said his name and he went, like the prison light hit you and you were escaping. I mean, whoa.
Hey!
Wow. Oh, Brian Cox up at Orchard Park. Flying two fingers.
James, always wonderful to see you. Welcome
Likewise.
to the 101 ESPN
Congrats.
festivities. Thank you so much, brother. That's James Carlton. He presents Game
Thanks,
of the Army
James.
every Monday and Friday here on TMA. We will come back with Jackson. What do you have on your or living and breathing diet? He can't talk.
No, still unable to say even a word. Can't you just scream or something? Our mics will pick it up.
Takes.
Yeah, he's got takes. All right, the morning after at InsideSTL.com for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. It's the 5P Academy and Hustle at Heart Sports Performance 9 o'clock hour. The morning after, 101 ESPN. Welcome back to 101 ESPN. The program is called The Morning After. My name is Tim McKernan. I'm joined by Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, and Jackson Burkett. Chairman Kurt's taking your phone calls.
We haven't taken any. Well, we took one.
Took Biff.
One call.
BIF.
That's it.
2 Fs.
Yeah, it went well.
314-974-0101. Collier and Thompson phone lines. Text into the Air Comfort Service text inbox. 314-399-9646. Is the buzz been...
No, it's still there.
It's been looked at.
He thought it might be the laptop.
So that was your theory.
That's it. Yep.
It gets bigger when you pick it up. Close it and see what happens.
All right.
Nope.
Nothing.
Nope.
Oh.
Well, I just turned the mic off, try to reset something.
Okay.
Fair enough.
You ever host an event, that microphone, you get in front of the speaker, you get all kinds of feedback. It's got to stay behind the speaker. Tim, maybe take that computer, walk down the hall, and see if that works.
Go down to HD2. Jackson, what do we have here on the dossier for segment 2 of the 9 o'clock hour?
I have in the dossier. I have Joel Embiid.
It's not a dossier.
Joel Embiid. Martin, the 101 listeners accused Jackson of attempting to groom them on NBA.
This is all in line, though, with the confrontation weekend.
Yeah, it's a big confrontation
Keystone
weekend in
State, a lot of Keystone confrontation.
Yeah, a lot going on in Pennsylvania.
Jason Kelsey outside the Penn State game. The Penn State coach, James Franklin, not the former Mizzou quarterback, being accosted on the way off the field. Also in the state of Pennsylvania, Joel Embiid getting into it with a reporter, a columnist from the Philadelphia Inquirer, who I went back and looked at his tweets, the columnist, and he has been all over the Sixers for not being upfront about who's healthy and who's not. And he said people are paying good money and they're coming to these games and they're not seeing the star players. Sixers are off to a slow start. I guess Embiid, they call it knee management. And I guess this columnist referenced Embiid's brother who has passed.
Yep, and his son of the same name.
And his son who has, and I don't know how, I would be ticked off too if there was some sort of reference to them in a column that's making fun of me or criticizing his effort. But Embiid got into it with our guy, right?
Yeah, he did. So this audio I have is from Friday's media availability with the Sixers, talking about the situation, and something happened Saturday too. Let's take a listen to the audio
All
first.
right, hit the lever, please.
When I see people saying he doesn't want to play, I've been way too much. I've done way too much, for this city, and putting myself at risk. For people to be saying that. So I do think it's bull like that dude. He's not here. Marcus, whatever his name is. I've done way too much for this city to be treated like this. So done way too much.
Watch your language, guy.
That's what he said Friday. Saturday, it got worse when Marcus Hayes, who's the Philadelphia Inquirer columnist, was in the locker room. Embiid made open hand contact with Hayes' neck and collarbone area and was angry at the columnist. The NBA is currently investigating the altercation.
I read the transcript or what was said. Embiid said, I don't care what you guys say about me. And the reporter said, well, apparently you do.
Yeah.
Apparently, I'm shocked that he read the column.
Right. And then he references, if you talk about my family, I'll have to do something and I'll live with the effing consequences.
Oh, no.
So
he would have to be a little intimidating. I mean, what size is Joel Embiid? 6'11"?
Yeah, if you're picking on guys, I would not pick on the 7-foot-tall, 265-pound Joel Embiid.
I think I need to know more about the column, like how he referenced his deceased brother, referenced his son, because it does seem to be out of line, but I don't know the context on it. But it appeared that's what set off Embiid. But he said, I played with a broken face. You've seen him wearing the shield before. He said, I played with broken fingers. But if you look at the whole media exchange in Philadelphia, they're all mocking the Sixers, calling it a clown show.
Who have been fined by the NBA, by the way, for $100,000 for not disclosing their injuries correctly.
Yeah, and I do think, separate topic, that columnist said, if you're going to a game, you kind of deserve to know who's going to be there. If you're spending that kind of money. We went to a Bucks game a couple of years ago, and the kids all wanted to see
Giannis.
Mm-hmm. So he plays, scores like 40 points, 20 rebounds. Insane. 2 days later, the game we almost went to, he sat out for load management.
Yeah.
I said, can you imagine going all the way there?
It's the tough part.
I think it's a league issue where you got to tell people ahead of time.
Are we back on AM radio? Why the F is there so much buzzing?
Oh.
Jackson, turn your Sibian off. It's from Mr. Siders.
All right, I will. I'll start fusing together wires. I'll get under the hood here. It's not the laptop. I promise.
Try turning off the laptop and see. Well,
I've been doing a show in the studio since the start of 2022, and we haven't had an issue
But that's
with the
when
laptop.
the buzz gets louder and softer when you move it.
I don't know. I can be confident and say I don't think we've had issues with this mic before. It's had a weird buzzing thing. I just don't. I don't think that. I appreciate, Doug, that you're trying to help. I just don't think it's the laptop.
Oh. So our take on the whole Joel Embiid thing is that it could or could not be the laptop.
The laptop.
That's what we got out of this.
And certainly Marcus Hayes, if he would have closed his laptop, might have avoided the issues. There's a lot of guys I would pick on in sports. Joel Embiid is not one of those human beings I'd pick on.
Well, Little Timmy's buzzing Mike. That'll be a new handle.
This to be the new text.
Remember the skipper? If you talked about the book 3 Nights in August, and you brought up he was critical of J.D. Drew, he would always say, "That was Buzz." You're like, but you wrote the book with him. That was on me. That was Buzz. I'm like, so Buzz took a shot at J.D. Drew? That's Buzz. Can we get that audio every time Tim's mic acts up? Just play a drop that just says, "That's Buzz."
It doesn't have to just be Joel Embiid that would frighten sports writers. Wouldn't nearly every NBA player present a significant physical threat to nearly every sports writer?
5'8", scrappy little guy on the Memphis Grizzlies. I think I could maybe take on. That's about it.
I don't know.
Previously, I thought the issues like mic feedback and slow computers were created due to you guys being on low-powered AM radio and HD2. That's not true. The producers suck, and they go wherever the show goes. That's from Wedding Tackle, and it sounds like, Jackson, you've just been blamed.
Yeah, I'll wear it. I will wear it. I'll wear it. I get in here, and I like to unscrew things just because I love mischief. And I love to be, I'm like a Dennis the Menace kind of character. I have a slingshot in my back pocket, and I like to mess with things and then act surprised when they happen on air. That's what I do. So I apologize.
How long until the narrative becomes, well, it's for Tim. Doug, give him your mic. Martin, give Timmy your mic.
Yeah,
we can't have this.
We'll pass 3 mics around for 4 guys.
You go back to being Nell. Throw him the mic. It'll all be fine.
Send your emails in. Design Air Heating and Cooling email today, an hour and 15 minutes away. You are welcome to participate in the program. You can live stream via the 101 ESPN app, which is brought to you by Schaefer Door Company. That's Schaefer Door Company online at schaeferdoor.com. Feeling sluggish on a Monday morning? Many people do. That's understandable. But if this is something that's happening often, then maybe it's low testosterone. That's where Mentality can help you out. Online at lowtusa.com. Feeling like you've lost your edge, if energy, focus, or drive isn't what it used to be, it's time to get back on track with Mentality Health, your local experts in testosterone replacement therapy. Visit Mentality today at lowtusa.com. That's lowtusa.com, your first step to reclaiming your vitality. FDA approved treatments, safe, effective, and tailored to your specific needs. Mentality's treatments help you regain energy, boost mental clarity, and enhance your overall performance. Go online at lowtusa.com. It's Mentality at lowtusa.com. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett with you. We've got some news, and perhaps it's good news.
Ooh. About what?
About Philip Broberg.
Oh.
We'll have that for you on the other side of the break. This is TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. News about Philip Broberg's injury coming up on the other side of this commercial break here right after this. Until then, I'll tell you that the Dallas Mavericks defeated the Orlando Magic 108-85. Defensive wizard Luka Doncic with 32 points. That was their Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at Londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Welcome back. It's TMA. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen, 5P Academy and Hustle and Heart Sports Performance, 9 o'clock hour. Call in. Be a friend of the show. Callier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101. Craig Rutledge came in during the commercial break, and I think he fixed the microphone.
I don't hear a buzz.
Right now, we're good.
Also, the laptop's not close to the mic.
Well, are those two related?
How about now? Hearing the buzz.
Ooh.
There it is.
No.
I hear it.
I have been standing at this microphone since January of 2022.
Hall of Fame years, by the way.
Thank you, Jackson.
Yep.
That has to hurt the alliance, doesn't it, Martin?
It does.
I love to love.
You love to love?
I try to.
Oh, my gosh.
Mike is better, thank you. People are upset, fired up.
I know.
Yeah,
Seem to be
you're
ruining
getting
their
a chance
day.
to see what goes on with this audience.
My whole career on the radio has pretty much been with a static buzz. What's the big deal, people? Get over it.
Hey, I deep teased this, and then Jackson deep teased it in his Sports Center update.
I thought it was good. I thought it was a good tease.
Jeremy Rutherford on the Broberg injury and the status. He tweets, the Blues are practicing today, and I'm assuming we'll get an official update on Broberg. I am hearing the injury is not as bad as originally feared. He could miss a month and maybe more, but it sounds like a more serious outcome was avoided. Chris Kerber was with us in the 8 o'clock hour. And if you missed that interview, you can go back and podcast it on the Schaefer Door Company 101 ESPN app. And he said he actually audibly grunted when he saw the replay and Joey Vitale was breaking it down. And he said, I thought it was like a Theismann situation. So if he were to only miss a month, considering how bad that looked, that would actually be one hell of a positive outcome, because I think some people were thinking that might be the end of it for the year when they saw that.
Yeah. Well, if it was a knee and he needed knee surgery, that would take you out for the whole year.
Yeah.
Maybe if it's an ankle and you've got a high ankle sprain or something, maybe that you could come back from in a month.
We were talking last week about the standings. You got to just hang in there because there's so many good teams right now in the Central. If you can just survive while you're missing these key players, that's a lot to ask for a team that's wildly inconsistent. To all of a sudden lose Robert Thomas, arguably your best offensive player, Philip Broberg, who might be right now your best defensive player, to be minus those two for the next month, and to just sort of maintain or hang in there in the standings, that might be a tough ask. I'm glad it's not worse, according to JR. But I think it's still
to blow their neck.
Clearly.
Nice. I like that.
Yeah.
Doug Vaughn reporting on TMA this morning.
The Blues are going to have to bow their neck.
There is a gentleman, I assume, maybe that's not fair, maybe it's a lady, who's got the username Jackson's Awful Dossier in the YouTube chat.
Yeah.
And he is not happy with the number of texts that have been read today. I've counted like 8 texts that were read today. That's from Jackson's Awful Dossier.
What's the right number?
To be fair, there are about 4,000 texts and one call. I mean, I think Tim has mentioned 400 times that the chairman is manning
sitting right there.
Well,
I'm not staring at the phone line.
I'm not disputing you or his presence. I'm just saying we really haven't had a lot of calls. We've had one.
I did take a phone call, and he did not want to go on the air, but he was just really curious when Biffin's show was going to be airing on 101.
Oh, no. So somebody came in, announced the start of their own show, and now our listeners are leaving us to go listen to that one.
And I don't have any inside intel, but I told him I think that's probably going to be more of a podcast situation, but
well, that's what
following.
he said it was.
Hashtag following.
Hey, Mike, I want to slap your big butt cheek.
Okay,
So
that
that
doesn't
was-
count as a call. It was someone else's call.
So was the Biff thing real? Is he really
Yes.
doing it?
Oh, yeah.
I mean, the
He did
show.
it once before, yeah.
So Martin, I don't know if you recall, but the things kind of got away from us for a brief amount of time at KFNS.
What do you mean by that?
Why would you prepare for a show?
Chuck. Hey, big boy, big man. We'll do play a little classic rock coming out of the break. It'll fix everything.
But it got so bad that Biff, I believe, bought Afternoon Drive on Fridays for like $500, and he just got Afternoon Drive.
Are you being serious? He had a show?
This really happened.
Wow, I didn't know that. I really didn't know that.
He did a show. I'm surprised you weren't listening. He did a show with Iggy called Biff and Show.
Biff and Show. So Iggy was Show.
Come up with
instead of Best in Show, Biff and Show.
You want to settle this like men? Let's do it over the AM radio airwaves.
Here's what you do. Get some gift cards donated. I'll take those.
That's what he said. I'll take those.
I'm just hearing voices. I don't know who they are, and they are in no way representative of anyone who may or may not have worked there.
No, I didn't think so.
So, yes, that's the program that he was calling in to let us know is returning on a totally separate venture. People are using our program to promote their wares.
Things got a little
call we've gotten.
I think you said things got a little away from us. Well, we'll put Biff in the afternoon. That'll fix everything.
So out in Oklahoma, do they have some good fries out there, girl?
That was Biff right there. It was part of his show.
That was Biff and Show. That was a package.
And people
are remote.
Why did people say this show sucks?
And then they would get bumped. Well, the funny thing is they would get bumped often, usually for some sort of ultimate frisbee or other live event. Then he was paying for it, yet they would get bumped often and still build.
By the way, Chuck Marlowe out of town this week.
He can't join us.
He cannot join us.
Doug's going to the Hamptons on Wednesday.
Friend of the show, Charlie Marlowe, will be with us at a later date. The surprise guest this week, I can't. Jackson, what do you think? If it all comes together,
Jackson knows about the surprise.
Pretty good. Oh yeah,
Man, there's value in being in your alliance.
Yeah, well, he likes to vet through some of the possible surprise guests. Some hit the cutting room floor.
He said no. He said no to a couple.
Really?
Yeah,
I did. Well,
it's pretty sad if you don't.
He gets to decide.
Well, I think if you gentlemen would have been asked, you would have agreed with my assessment of it.
Oh.
But you got to shoot the score. I'm not mad at you for
pucks on net, boys.
Thanks. That's what I said to Pareko. Shoot it, shoot it. He did on Saturday. Two goals.
Did.
Fine. I
was it like Chopper out there?
Honestly, I would love to see him shoot more. Why not? You got that weapon. You got to unleash it, Doug. That's what you do.
I don't know. You hate it when the IRS gets unleashed on you, though. Don't
there you go.
Wow. If the godforsaken tax man starts hitting slap shots in your direction, you're not going to like it, but you'll be okay if you have Mark Milton on your side. If you have years of unfiled tax returns or tax liens, bank levies, wage garnishments keeping you up at night, Mark Milton is a guy you need to know. Or if you're, heaven forbid, facing IRS criminal investigation, that can get really nasty. But Mark Milton has dealt with it all. Let me read you his credentials. He earned his accounting degree from the University of Illinois, #1 ranked accounting program in the country. Got his law degree from St. Louis U. Started his legal career with the Department of Justice Tax Division in Washington, where he represented the IRS in tax cases throughout the country and received the DOJ's Outstanding Trial Attorney Award. This guy is top-notch. He now helps individuals and small businesses solve their tax problems. He is located right here in the St. Louis area. If you have IRS problems, contact Mark Milton at stltaxlawyer.com today, and you'll be saying, hey, IRS, I'm not guilty. I'm with Milty. Remember, the choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely on advertisements.
You're welcome to get involved in the program. 314-399-9646, Air Comfort Service. Text line, Callier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101. Chris Kerber and Gabe DeArmond have joined us on the program. If you missed any of the discussion, you are welcome to go back and podcast via TMASTL. You can watch the program, rewatch the program at youtube.com/TMASTL and the Schaefer Door Company 101 ESPN app. Send your emails in for our Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today. Comes your way at 10:45 on the program. Then BK and Ferrario come in. 293 people in the TMA YouTube chat. The 101 ESPN YouTube chat has 130 people, and they feel like they're being slighted. So I want to make sure I read some of their texts. Droid Effects says, I thought he was done for the season when I saw the injury. Hopefully this is good news. LOL. LMFAO. Droid Effects.
That's too much.
You like that, Martin?
So he's really laughing hard.
Yeah.
His ass off.
Isn't rolling on the ground one of the other ones you can add?
Yeah, that one's
Rolling
a little
on the floor
antiquated.
laughing.
Yeah, that's
What's a good one now? What about roller skates?
I don't mind roller skates. I'm crying. I'm crying. That's always a good one. The dead emoji gets people going.
Does anyone ever in real life roll on the floor laughing? Have you ever heard anything so funny that you found yourself on the floor?
Man-woman press conference?
Yeah. Producer Joe, and I wet myself.
Yeah, that's probably way out. Anytime there's a media press conference.
Wilmore Park bathroom attendant seeing that people are calling in to promote their businesses on our show says I'd like to call in and promote my Etsy store. Chairman Kurt, I don't know if that's happening.
He just rattled off, I hear you.
Yeah,
I
hear them.
assume more bad news.
I hear him fielding calls, but no one's ever on hold.
He just wanted to know if we were going to talk about that pitcher the Cardinals picked up over the weekend, and he just doesn't understand, where we get these guys, under what trash dump we're finding them. I said, I hear you.
Yeah, I hear you.
I hear you.
That's gonna be my go-to.
It's a good go-to.
You can call in and request topics, or you get to go on the air or promote your Etsy store. Ladies and gentlemen, the program is called The Morning After, and it airs on 101 ESPN. Welcome back, Morning After. It's presented by Brian Crouppen, Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt fielding calls. The people call in, but they don't want to be on the air.
No.
And if they do want to be on the air, they want to promote their Etsy store?
Something like that.
That's a store. That's just a website, isn't it?
Yeah. More or less.
What would you sell? What do you sell on Etsy, Jackson?
You game-worn items.
Do you?
Yeah.
Stuff you wear on the show? And
Mostly
then sell?
socks. Yeah, socks.
I see.
Socks.
Okay.
I usually,
cat.
when I wear a golf shirt, I wear a Dickie, so I sell my Dickies on there. Yep.
Okay.
More of that.
Makes
I won't be
sense,
promoting
though.
mine, but you know where to find me.
You can watch the program. I'm getting compliments on my Biggie's sweatshirt today.
Fire.
Oh, yeah?
You like it?
Yeah, I do. I like that script logo. I like a crew neck sweatshirt.
You do like the crew neck. You feel like the hoodies become too popular? You're wearing a hoodie right now, boy.
I like both, but there is a nice little change of pace with the crew neck. It's got like mid-90s vibes, and I'm into that.
Wow. Very specific.
Why would you be in the mid-90s vibe?
That's a very popular. That's a very popular time period right now for clothing wise.
Tim's in his road grays, piping on the left arm, stirrups to the ankles and deeper. You have to really break down the uniform. Biggie's right there on. It's not Watson. Is it Watson?
It is Watson.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Where Watson kind of turns and becomes Chippewa. If he goes straight, it's Chippewa. And
That's right. That's right.
Yeah.
That's right. Yeah. Let's go to Biggie's tonight,
All right.
Doug.
Well, I'm busy. I'm pressed for time.
Sounds like I got stoned. Tim looks great in anything or nothing. That's from MD 2020 in the YouTube chat. Jackson's awful dossier. We're not even going to mention the Cardinals' huge acquisition of Rodney Munoz. It's from Jackson's awful dossier.
Rodney Munoz. Yeah. Hello, everybody.
There's the mention right there. Check. All right. We talked about
That's a surprise guess. You said it? God. Now everybody knows.
Martin, you were surprised last night when you were doing your sportscast to find out the Gold Glove Awards were given out. The Cardinals did not have a winner, though. So
second year in a row, shut out. Brendan Donovan was a finalist utility award. He won that 2 years ago. Did not this time around. Mason Wynn, good for him. Rookie finalist for the Gold Glove, did not win. And Nolan Arenado, man, that streak is over. Had won 10 in a row. Had that broken last year. Now 2 in a row not winning. That Matt Chapman got it out there. He's with the Giants. He's won it with 3 different teams. So, yeah, the Cardinals, no Gold Glove winners. I think they have 99 over the course of history, and they're sitting on that 99. Can't quite get to 100. So the exciting offseason continues for the Cardinals and their fan base.
That wasn't that exciting.
Ozuna didn't get one for his stint in St. Louis?
No.
Oh.
You got to really be a pretty hardcore baseball fan to even know some of these guys that won Gold Gloves, like Jared Triolo and Ezekiel Tovar and Sal Frelick. And I mean, you got to really follow the game.
Seems like guys I added and dropped on my fantasy lineup like 10 times.
Yeah.
Sal Frelick was often on as a utility outfielder.
It seems like it used to be the Gold Glove winners were just kind of the best guy at that position. They kind of figured in some offense, too.
They changed it up,
players
though.
seem to get it now. Yeah, now they must go on analytics.
That's why I think Tyler O'Neill won his left field a couple years ago for that exact reason. Which so it giveth and taketh away.
But they rolled it out on a Sunday night. I mean,
Sunday night against
Sunday
the
is
NFL.
football. I mean, you have to concede Sundays are NFL days.
Yep.
And I look up there at I don't know if it was MLB Network or ESPN. No, it was MLB. I don't know, whatever. They're rolling out the awards. Oh. Better put that in the old show tonight. I guess that's going down tonight.
And then the college football playoff rankings will be out for the very first time, going up against the presidential election tomorrow night.
Nice little palate cleanser.
Some nice scheduling done by the networks for that. Martin, you wanted to talk it over with Ray King. You remember him from the Cardinal
the old
bullpen.
lefty reliever?
Right, Burger King.
This is the Ray King, however, who broke the Matty Mock story about a decade ago on Twitter. And he is with us on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. Good morning, Ray.
What's up, boys? How we doing?
Wonderful. How are you, Ray King?
Oh, we're doing good. Congrats on the move to 101 and FM radio. That's great.
Thank you so much. You're a gentleman, Doug. Ray King. So happy for us.
But something's coming.
What makes you say that?
Because it always does.
I was just wondering, Jackson, if I could hear a drop.
How about that?
Not that one. I want to hear the vibrator one.
Okay, here we go.
It's going to take a second.
Why is it?
Do people call in asking for drops?
I guess so. Ray King.
Begging for calls, asking for drops.
That you called in to hear that?
Yeah, that's it. Nice. That's like my favorite drop.
Okay.
Speaking of drops, Doug, why don't you drop those?
Put him down! Put him down!
I don't think I have to dump anything there.
Cut his mic!
I think I cut it beforehand.
Oh.
Now, in the old days when you were on ham radio, would that have gone through?
I would just let it keep going.
Okay.
Yeah, we're buttoned up now, though.
Seems like it. Doug, you saw that coming.
I did, yeah. I've experienced this many times before.
17 years of being harassed by the audience.
Many times.
Doug knows.
Didn't Ray King break one of your other stories? What was your story about a player coming on a plane from Arizona that was a free? Maybe it was
Dexter Fowler?
Yeah, wasn't that?
Ray King was responsible for that, too.
It was the Matty Mock.
Ray King was the Jerry Berger of TMA.
No, the Matty Mock thing, I think, is what Ray King is famous for.
That was the greatest when news outlets in St. Louis and Kansas City were a Twitter profile featuring the picture of former Cardinal reliever Ray King. Had the Matty Mock alleged cocaine use story. There's the audio.
Yeah, and and if those media people were to look through Ray King's tweets, they were not a lot of news breaking, a lot of tweeting at Doug or at TMA. So they were probably like, "Is this really Ray King? Why does he have this video?" Either way, it was a wonderful story.
Martin, we're getting conflicting feedback in the Collier and Thompson text inbox. You think your lame-ass mothership will fire Jason Kelsey? Oh, I thought that was just calling us lame. They're calling ESPN?
No.
There's no way in the world.
No shot.
Okay.
No way. I don't think that they will.
So they're upset that he could potentially be in hot water.
I don't think he will be.
And we played that Kelsey audio earlier where he spiked the phone, which was outstanding. It was great.
We all enjoyed it?
The consensus
across the board?
I saw yesterday, too, from the public was that this was...
Oh, it's so good.
Yeah, I don't
but
think
the heat he's getting now is over his reaction and using the homophobic slur,
right, but he was
throwing
saying
it back at the
in
guy.
response. It's like he just busted it out. Hey guys, the show is really good today. Like for realsy. That's from Sir Ian McKellen's Thirst for Boy Juice.
Oh,
Sir.
And there's no more microphone buzz either.
Yeah,
as of right now.
Rut came in.
Let's not jinx anything.
I think the show started slow and then picked up.
Yeah, how about that, Jackson? You do reviews of the show.
Feeling good. Heavy grade for all you guys. You guys have all done really well.
Grade.
I've failed us multiple times.
Oh my gosh, what happened?
Buzzing microphones. I didn't have a mic. I was Jodie Foster and Nell for a little bit.
It's probably offensive.
I was kind of all over the place. But you guys have done great. You guys have carried us. I need to be better.
I think we were chasing the game early, and then we sort of settled in, and things sort of worked out.
We got the Broberg update. Once we got that going, I really felt we had our stride.
Essentially, we read Jeremy Rutherford's tweet, and that was a sign of success.
An hour later.
Hey, Martin, I know calling in asking for drops is crazy, but it may shock you to know that a couple of weeks ago, the board op just played them on his own all show long. It was amazing. That's from Big Tuft.
Is that true?
Is that something I did? I play drops all the time.
I do believe in charity, and I do believe in giving back to the community. And one of the things that this station will do that's different than any other radio stations that I think in St. Louis is we're going to donate time on our times that we don't use the station or where it's not a profitable thing for us to do or whatever. And it's going to be Sunday mornings. It's going to be called Donating Back to the Community Charity. Now, how that will happen, we haven't yet worked out, but I do believe in it.
There you go.
What was the name of the show?
We had no programming. We had no programming. Please, somebody come up with a show.
This is you, big man. Just get a show. Donate some time. Donate some gift cards. We'll pass them out every once in a while. That's a great plan. Let's get some really good people in radio.
Martin, I know you have some things that you have at 10 o'clock.
Well, I'm going to go line up some community charity shows. We might have to bump Biff and Show. I apologize in advance. We may bump Biff and Show for our community outreach.
Oh, so that debut is TBD, but people are buzzing about Biff and Show's return. I am P1 on Biff and Show.
Kind of broke news on the show.
Yeah, that was huge. Martin, we will see you tomorrow. Doug and I will return with Jackson asking us questions. What is today's series of questions called?
It's a weekend wrap-up.
Oh, weekend wrap-up.
Oh, gosh.
Well, you could hold a press conference with these kind of catchy titles.
I feel like an SID in a way.
We welcome people to email in for our Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. It comes your way at 10:45. Martin, we'll see you tomorrow.
I think so.
Yeah, it's day by day. This is TMA. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. Underdog is the place to play if you are a sports fan looking to win money while watching sports. With over 5 million happy players and $2 billion won, Underdog makes it fun and easy to cash in on all your favorite athletes' performances. And Underdog has all kinds of incentives for you. This season, Underdog will be running a special promo or bonus almost every single day, like profit boosts, pump up your winnings, and just a tap when you apply the boost to eligible entries. Discounts. You'll get adjusted projections on certain player stats to give you a better shot at a big W. And free picks. They're basically a sure thing. A player just has to get higher than 0.5 for that selection to win. Plus, all new users get a free pick. Download the app, sign up with promo code PARTY, and deposit now to get up to $1,000 in bonus cash instantly. That's promo code PARTY. Must be 18 or older and present in a state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. Concerned with your play? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit ncpgambling.org. Welcome back to TMA, presented to you by Brown & Crouppen. Munganess St. Louis Acura, Munganess Burkhardt Alton Toyota. 10 o'clock hour, which will feature the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day at 10:45. Your calls are always welcome. So far, we've heard from Ray King and Biff.
Strong calls.
But I see somebody is going to call in to, Scissor Me Timbers says he's going to call in to promote his Facebook Marketplace business on gently used Sibians.
Oh, well, I don't need any
refurbished.
of those.
That's where the real market is. It's when you can refurbish them.
I don't know.
So that's what the phone lines are for? That's what Collier and Thompson's getting? I mean, they had Gabe at 9 o'clock and Chris Kerber at 8:15, which you go back on the 101 ESPN app presented to you by Schaefer Door Company and listen to. But now it's just people are like, what's that Trading Post show, Doug, where somebody would call
Cam Wax in the morning, yeah. People would call in, yeah. I got an old wheelbarrow. I'd like $6 if I can get it. Best offer.
That's
and then they give their phone number, yeah.
That's
read this dumbass text.
Here's Jennings Jr. Jackson has 6 questions for us, Doug. He calls it the weekend wrap-up.
Okay.
I do want to quickly talk about this bad beat here in the Dolphins-Bills game yesterday.
Bad beats.
This
Tim,
is brutal. I didn't
Yeah.
know about this until you just told me in the break.
Yeah, so Tim talked about the bad beat. He felt with Dan Lanning in Oregon. Dan Lanning
running up the score, costing me beautiful cash.
So if you guys didn't see the Bills-Dolphins game yesterday, Tyler Bass hit a 61-yard field goal. Left about 5 seconds left on the clock. Tua Tagovailoa's prop for his over-under yards, passing yards, was 243.5. He had 254 with 5 seconds, so when they started that drive, he throws the ball to Jalen Waddle. Jalen Waddle, in an attempt to get free a little bit, runs directly backwards after a lateral, and he ran backwards for 24 yards. Tua goes under on his passing yards, and that's a bad beat.
So he catches a pass and runs backwards 24 yards?
So I'm watching the play right now. So Tua kind of throws it to Devon Achane.
A little play-by-play opportunity here.
He throws it to Devon Achane, who laterals it to Jalen Waddle, so we're still going passing yards, and then Jalen Waddle runs directly backwards for 24 yards, a negative 24-yard loss, and Tua's passing prop goes under. So that's that's probably the bad beat of the day yesterday, if I had to guess. We've seen that happen with rushing yards before, where a quarterback takes a knee and they drop back a couple times and lose like 6 or 7 yards, and then their rushing totals go under. Seen that in college with sacks, because they count sacks in college. But the passing yards, you'd think you're going to be okay. Worst case, he throws a pick late game on a Hail Mary. You don't anticipate Jalen Waddle running backwards
25 yards. Sweet mother of mercy. Jackson, question number one for today's weekend wrap-up here on TMA.
Who do you think is the true face of St. Louis sports? Who has been over the years, and do you think this dip in local sports could have lasting effects on younger fans when you can't identify a true face of St. Louis sports?
So that's interesting, Doug. He asked the question, who is the face, and then at the end it announces that there is not a face.
One of the more poorly written questions I've ever done. If I could give somebody $10 to try to read that question legibly, and they could never, because that was poorly written.
How many towns really have one guy that stands out as the face of all sports?
Kansas City.
Jackson has dunked on you.
Well, okay, Patrick Mahomes is the face of all sports in Kansas City?
100%. He's like a part owner of the Royals.
Which is saying something, because they might have one of the top 3 players in baseball.
Yeah, exactly. Like, I think...
And don't forget about Sporting KC.
Like, you look at D.C. right now, Jaden Daniels is the undisputed face of Washington sports right now. I heard a little something coming from Kurt.
Chairman Kurt
they
disagrees.
do have a guy that's chasing down the all-time goals record in that sport you love so much.
But I think anytime someone's dominating the NFL, that supersedes pretty much everything.
I don't know.
A few exceptions.
He needs more than a half
Jackson's
a season.
anti-hockey take.
Really are.
Jackson's anti-hockey take.
Do you even know who the grade 8 is?
Alexander Ovechkin.
Okay.
OV.
That was paying 4-1.
OV. He's been in the league like as long as Crosby has, and that's kind of when I started paying attention to sports.
Okay.
So I know that.
So the question is, who is St. Louis's face of...
Yeah, who's the face of St. Louis sports?
I would say right now, John Mazalok. I think that's it.
Volumes to the situation.
He's the guy that gets more talk than anybody else.
Yeah, I don't know if that necessarily makes him the face. I'm looking more for an athlete.
Well, could you specify that when you ask Doug? He's not used to this nonsense.
It's fair.
I don't know, man. I mean, for real.
Does there have to be one?
I think there's a chance it could be Mason Wynn, Jordan Kyrou, Robert Thomas over the next 3 years. But at this moment, I don't know if there really is one.
Right. And throughout my lifetime, we've had somebody who you can make a case for, or multiple
the Cardinals
people.
have had stars throughout your lifetime. Being born in '98, you had McGuire, Pujols, so on and so forth.
Yeah, I think Benner maybe could be up there in terms of faces. He's a carryover from the 2019 team. He's still at the top of his game. But he doesn't show his face. You don't see his face with that mask on.
I'll say this. Ben Fredrickson wrote about this, too. If one of the college basketball teams in the area could go off, it's still not going to have near the impact as, 10 days ago when we were fantasizing about the idea of Illinois and Missouri being live for the college football playoff. They could capture a large market share because it is likely to be a rather blasé winter in St. Louis.
Yeah, I definitely think that could
See
be
what
the
I'm
case.
saying?
Yeah, and SLU is really set up for it with kind of bringing in new
Santa
coach.
Clara in 2 hours and 45 minutes, 3 hours and 45 minutes.
Yeah,
Nurse?
don't love an afternoon start, I have to be honest.
You mocked the NHL and the Blues for starting in the afternoon in Seattle.
Yeah, and I'm going to have to be consistent. You got to, I want to be transparent. I don't think it's great to start in the afternoon if you're the SLU Billikens.
Why do you hate Sioux Falls, South Dakota?
Don't it's just morning or early afternoon basketball doesn't hit the same on the weekday. But
this is a super weird time to start your season.
Yeah, it's
2 o'clock on a Monday.
Yeah, any afternoon weekday game that's not baseball is going to be tough to get past Congress, essentially. Personally, I don't love it. But Mizzou starts at 7.
So did you have some answer for us on the face of St. Louis
I think
sport?
Mason Wynn, you can make a real argument. I think Mason Wynn or Jordan Bennington, you can make a real
Mason
argument.
It's good to have somebody join me in our disappointment in your answers.
Most people wouldn't know Mason Wynn if they passed him in Galleria Mall.
All right, you got a better answer?
Terrific player, but he doesn't
your
have...
question, butt-ass!
Yeah, I know, and I gave an answer. That's not my fault you don't like
It's
it.
John Mazalek. He's the best-known person, I think, right now in all of St. Louis sports.
All right. Fair enough. I just, okay.
Well, how about this one we got from the 314? Roman Berkey, recognizable. The women love him, and he's the best at his position in that sport, which is the MLS.
No.
Did they have to say which is the MLS there at the end?
No.
That should tell you that maybe it's not the biggest sport going.
No, that's not the answer. As much as I appreciate, I don't think he'll be sticking around like super long. He's in his mid-30s. I just don't think.
No.
I don't think it can be a City player at this moment.
Could it be,
I think a couple of years from now, maybe.
How about Goldschmidt?
No, he won't be on the team. I don't think.
But we're talking right now. We're not talking what might happen in the future.
So a guy who's leaving or the president of baseball operations who has a 2% approval ranking.
Yeah.
I would say, yeah.
Doug, we are in the winter of our discontent.
Yeah. All right, Bennington's not a bad answer.
Yeah, I think Benner could be a legitimate case.
You are welcome to text in your thoughts on the answer, 314-399-9646. That's the Air Comfort Service text line. Email it for our Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. The morning after at InsideSTL.com comes your way in about a half hour. Munganast is the sponsor of our 10 o'clock hour here on TMA. That's Jamie Burkhardt, and that is Peter Munganast. Online at stlouisacura.com and altontoyota.com. They are accessible to our audience, so much so that they have set up their own number for our audience to reach out to them. So this is a TMA exclusive listener line, and you can text it or you can call it. Here is the number, 314-252-0029. That is how you can reach out to Jamie Burkhardt or Peter Munganast. And then in the service department, Ryan Seiberg, who does wonderful work as well. So even if you didn't get your car from Munganast, St. Louis Acura, or Munganast Burkhardt, Alton Toyota, you can get your car taken care of, serviced at Munganast, St. Louis Acura, Munganast Burkhardt, Alton Toyota. Online at stlouisacura.com or altontoyota.com. It's Munganast, St. Louis Acura, Munganast Burkhardt, Alton Toyota, sponsor the 10 o'clock hour here on TMA. Jackson has his weekend wrap-up questions. We welcome you to call in and participate in the conversation via the Callier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101. This program is TMA, and it's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN. Welcome back to TMA. It's presented to you by Brian Crouppen, Mungan S, St. Louis Acura, Mungan S, Burkett, Alton Toyota, 10 o'clock hour. Call in, be a friend of the Feather. Promote your business. It's like Show Me St. Louis.
Even other radio shows.
Yeah. 314-974-0101 and call into the Collier and Thompson phone lines. We have the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today coming your way at 10:45. We are in the midst of Jackson's weekend wrap-up, a series of questions. Jackson, the first question, not particularly well received, which was, who is the face of St. Louis sports? Texter made the observation that Jackson asked a question, told us there was not an answer. Then he answered the question, and then the answer to his own question was wrong. It was truly amazing. That's from the 314.
I don't know. I just quickly went to a question that I had written down, and it was worded so poorly, and I was looking at someone to blame. I wrote the question.
Yeah, so who are you going to blame?
I guess I got to find somebody. Kurt? You want to
blame Chairman Kurt?
You want to shoulder this one?
What do I need to do?
Yeah, exactly. So it's on me. I messed up. I don't know why I wrote it like that. That was one of the more poorly written questions.
What time and day did you write that?
That in itself is a great question, Tim.
What's going on?
Probably some point last week. I can't remember it. It's like hurting my head looking at the question.
Starting to get a sense that this wasn't necessarily fresh content that we're getting here.
Well, I think that's an evergreen question. Look, certainly for the near future.
So that's the lead. Yeah. That's the lead coming off the weekend is this question that was written.
Well, we hammered on so much lead. However,
there is no answer to it.
We didn't hammer on this, and I do want to bring this up. So we talked earlier in the show about Janoris Jenkins and his tweets to the doo-doo man, Daniel Jones. We had something similar yesterday with Michael Thomas. You might remember him of the Saints. He went to Ohio State.
Yeah, what is going on with him?
So Chris Olave, another Ohio State guy and New Orleans Saint, got hurt early in the game, kind of got crushed. Feel really bad for him. Their Saints are low on the wide receiver after Rashid Shaheed's hurt. Now Chris Olave's hurt.
Fired their coach today.
Yeah, Dennis Allen got it. But Michael Thomas wasn't happy with Derek Carr, his former quarterback, said, so this is what Michael Thomas tweeted, much like Janoris Jenkins and Daniel Jones. I'll just read them in order. Dude's scary and panic and just throw the ball. Get him the F out of here. He's so ass. Next tweet. Dude tried to lie and say I was jealous of them making Chris wide receiver 1. Whole time he can't even get him a decent ball. He needs his ass whooped.
Gosh.
They fired all them coaches trying to cover his flaws up. He's still doing the same S. That year, his buddy went first team All-Pro in 22. He needed 180 targets just to catch 100 passes. He is ass. So he was going off on Derek Carr, retweeting others being critical of Derek Carr. Michael Thomas at Can't Guard Mike had time yesterday. Just like Janoris Jenkins has had some time to share his thoughts on.
You like that phrase, Doug, when somebody tweets at somebody, they have time?
No, I don't care for it.
I kind of liked it.
But this is teammates he's ripping on.
Michael Thomas is currently not on the Saints, if I'm not mistaken.
You didn't know that?
I think he's a free agent at the time. Michael Thomas hasn't played like a snap of football in forever.
He is a free agent, for the record. 31 years old. He's dealt with a lot of injuries.
Yes, he has a lot of injuries. Derek Carr was asked about Michael Thomas's comments yesterday, and here was his response.
I have love for Mike, and when he does that, I don't really care for it, obviously. I've had so many teammates over the years, and he's like the one dude that didn't get along with me, and I don't know what I did to him. I don't know why he feels that way. I'm sorry, for whatever he's dealing with to make him feel like he's got to do that. I don't know, but he's never called me during any of this, my phone number has never changed. I've in fact called him on different occasions, just to try. And sometimes you can try as hard as you want, and it just doesn't work out, and that's okay. So
there you go.
Well, his playing time is probably over now in the NFL, if it wasn't already.
Yeah.
Teams don't want to deal with guys like that. If you're borderline making a roster or not, and you pull that kind of stuff, you're probably done.
Yeah. I mean, he's a former, he's like an all-pro level wide receiver at his prime, but he's dealt with a lot of injuries. It's just...
I wonder if him and Antonio Brown are dealing with the same kind of injuries.
Yeah, one might think. Antonio Brown is another one who's gone off a little bit. There's something about just tweeting at your former quarterback, and I think that Janoris Jenkins and Michael Thomas need to do a quarterback where they air their grievances about their former signal callers. I think that would be. I think that'd be great.
What time of day did I write the question? This question was written at 2:17 a.m. But what time of day did I write this question? That's from Thanks, Dad. Thanks, Dad.
My brain's starting to hurt.
No.
My brain's starting to jelly.
Sweet Lord, this poor bastard. Producing for this show is the broadcasting version of dating one of the Kardashians. Every producer just leaves in shambles. Hang in there, Jackson. Grad school awaits. That's from Arbor Day, who won the Milagro Tequila Texter of the Year in 2023.
I don't see grad school in my future.
But this show has broken people.
Yeah, certainly. There was times where it almost broke me last week, but we've powered right through. We powered right through.
I noticed before we debuted on 101, your breathing patterns were, let me just put it this way, I would have played a lot of hands with you if we were at the table. But today I felt like your breathing pattern was more calm.
It's like seeing a free throw go in. The more and more you see it go in, the more confident you get. We've done now 5 shows. We've been on the air. And so, I've done my basic needs, the bare necessities. And so once you see that, time and time again, you just get more confident. Now, I'm always a ball of nerves. I have this fear of the world crashing around me, but that motivates me. Oh, big time, yeah.
What's going on with you, baby?
I just always think something's coming down the pike. That's going to...
Just at work or in life in general?
More at work, yeah. I'm in
Chairman Kurt, you were nodding. You deal with this too?
Oh, yeah, but mine stretches into just everyday life, too. I'm just constantly waiting on the other shoe to drop.
Really?
Yeah. I
pending
hate to hear
doom.
this. It's probably not a fun way to live.
No,
pending doom. That's what I always have.
You guys ever talked this over with each other?
We have some sessions down there in the closets.
Yeah, the TMA for the production booth for TMA.
And did the show do this to you?
No, I think I would do this.
Because you didn't come in this way, did you?
No, I put a lot of pressure on myself. I tried to at least.
You try to put pressure on yourself?
Well, it just kind of ends up happening. But yeah, I put a lot of pressure on myself, but whether that's good or bad, it motivates me. I work better when I feel like there's a fire under my ass a little bit.
Hey, Doug, welcome to the life of a 25-year-old living on Twitter. That's from Mr. Siders.
I live on Twitter because it's my job. I have to monitor Twitter.
Do you live on Twitter?
I have to. That's where I get all this. That's how I get my news.
Doug makes you live on Twitter?
That's how I get the news, and that's how I get what's going on in the world. Trust me, if I wasn't working here, if I wasn't working in media, I would not be living on Twitter. I would be living in the real world, but I have to kind of live on Twitter.
Wait till you get about 40 years older, and you won't give a rat's patoot about nothing.
I'm looking forward to that
calming.
date. Yeah.
It's pretty calming.
Having Doug around does calm me.
Yeah, Doug's a great influence there. Maybe the email of the day will brighten your spirits. Coming up at about 10:45. Send yours in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. It's brought to you by Design Air Heating and Cooling online at DesignAirService.com. That's Seth Goldcamp, the longest running sponsor on TMA, a program that has been on the air in St. Louis. Since July of 2004, Seth Goldcamp has been with us longer than anybody, and I think it's approaching a decade. I'm a client. Doug's a client. We recommend you become a client as well. You want to make sure your heating system is firing on all cylinders when the cold weather arrives. And I got to tell you, I'm looking at the forecast. Doug, you'll be delighted to hear this.
What?
Next Wednesdays, as far as my phone will go, high of 71. Next Tuesday, sunny, high of 68.
Great.
I mean, our property value in St. Louis is skyrocketing because this is going to become the new Florida.
Or San Diego. We live in San Diego now.
I think that's what we got.
Although today's kind of dreary, but it's still not cold.
It happens in San Diego once a month, but that's what we have in St. Louis now. It is Design Air Heating and Cooling. When you have issues with your heating and cooling system, go to DesignAirService.com. Or you want to make sure that heating system is firing for when the weather does get cold, go to DesignAirService.com. That's Seth Goldcamp, 4th generation, no upselling at Design Air Heating and Cooling online at DesignAirService.com. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt with you. This is TMA, and it's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. The Blues defeat the Maple Leafs, final score of 4-2 on Saturday. They are off tonight, back in action tomorrow night, taking on the Tampa Bay Lightning. You can catch that game right here on the home of the Blues tomorrow. Pregame at 6 p.m., puck drop at 7 p.m. tonight on 101 ESPN. Monday Night Football action, Chiefs and Buccaneers right here on 101 ESPN. Pregame at 6:30, kickoff at 7:20. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, an independent American Standard heating and air conditioning dealer.
It's the morning after. It's presented to you by Brian and Crouppen, Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Jackson Burkett with you. Chairman Kurt answering phone calls on the Callier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101. We have the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today coming up in about 11 minutes. You can email in. Anything is welcome. Chairman Kurt filters them. The morning after at InsideSTL.com. And, the buzz is back.
It's back. I just hear it now.
And now, Doug, you notice my lab top is still over there?
Not there, is it? Okay.
I hear whistles. We're in the midst of Jackson's fabulous questions. It's called the Weekend Wrap-Up.
If you had to put down a substantial amount of money for a college football champ, where are you going? And can you remember a time where this question seemed more in doubt?
The answer to the second question is 2007.
Right.
I can poke a hole in any team's argument.
Yeah.
I'm sure people go, well, Oregon is, and I get it. I respect that. And then you go, well, in Georgia, but Georgia has kind of a Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde thing going on.
They looked at some points really bad against Florida.
And I think that's an indication of the way Florida's playing. Florida has kind of righted the ship, but now they're on their third quarterback. It's amazing what a program can do when they prepare with a backup. And then you can go Texas or Ohio State. Doug, as you know, I took BYU at plus 44,000, so I'm riding with the Cougars.
Okay.
Just like I'm at Bricktops.
You're riding with the Cougars like you're at Bricktops. Bricktops is hosting a Cougar get-together? Is that what you're talking about?
I'm just throwing stuff out. Okay. I don't even know what I'm saying anymore.
No, I'm just trying to figure it out.
I wrote this question.
Okay,
it's refreshing to see rich white women.
Okay.
Refreshing is the word that Jennings used.
Yeah, like a Powerade Zero.
But Bricktops is the home of Cougars, and therefore you're going to go with BYU for winning the national.
No, I'm going with BYU because I bet them at plus 44,000 to win the national championship.
All right.
Provo East.
Yeah.
All right. I think Oregon's the best team I've seen this year.
Give me the Buckeyes. I think
they beat the Buckeyes.
I think that's a nice. I don't know if I can say anything's a bad play.
Right, and that's what I'm saying is like even in years like the last 10 years, you've had one or two teams that look to be
100%. Last few decades,
it's
usually been the case.
But this is not the case.
This is up for snatch grabs, brother. I don't know if Georgia can get home with Carson Beck.
Yeah, that's a real question. That's a real question.
I loved what Ohio State did at the end of the game. It's actually what Michigan did to Penn State and Happy Valley last year. Matt, you're not going to be able to stop our run. We're just going to run it. And that's not because they don't have a passing game. They do. But they just knew that they couldn't stop them, and they just ran out the clock. Tip of the cap to Ohio State. Yeah, I don't know, man. It's there would be some good long odds plays on national champions right now. Rarely can you say that is the case, but this year is one of those times.
How does BYU benefit from the Cougars at Bricktops? I'm still trying to figure that out.
Plus 44,000.
Okay.
The Cougars love that, and I love that.
Okay.
They love value.
Yeah, I love value. They love value.
There they are right there.
Right there. There they are.
Okay.
Yeah, they got to deal with the Utes this weekend. It hasn't been a great year for Utah.
No.
But what if Deion Sanders got in as the 4 seed? There's a little talk about that in this tournament. That's a possibility.
If they get in, that's the team I'd root for. I would get.
You root for Colorado over Notre Dame?
Yes. Yep. 100%.
Colorado lost badly to Nebraska, who's not very good.
Yeah, but they could win the Big 12.
But that's the thing is a lot of these teams are going to have. I mean, Notre Dame lost to Northern Illinois, and they've looked considerably better since then. So I think there's going to be a couple teams who have some.
But who has Colorado beaten?
They beat
Kansas State.
Out of
Kansas State lost to Houston.
Yeah. They beat the snot out of UCF. I mean, the Big 12, you're not going to have a ton of impressive wins. That's just not the case. I mean, they have Utah. Before the season, you would have thought that would have been a big game. Now, without Cam Rising, probably not. So I think there's going to be a lot of teams out there with things that used to disqualify you from playoff college football that now kind of have to be accepted with the expanded playoff and the nature of the 2024 season.
I don't know. I just feel I can get a better breakdown than that from the Cougars at Bricktop.
Thank you very much.
My stepdad and I used to paint each other's chest.
Okay, and that's the end of the sentence?
I don't know I think it was something about shaving when the Cardinals win. I don't know.
That was Tony Messenger from the Post-Dispatch who said that.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
Brief appearance on.
He just walked into the studio, announced that, and walked and left as quickly as he arrived.
That's correct.
Okay. Well, for my money, Oregon's the best team I've seen so far.
Chairman Kurt, who would you put your cash on?
I'm with Jackson, Ohio State. I mean, they went to
another alliance. Jackson's got all these alliances.
On the road and at Oregon, played them tough. Went to Happy Valley, won that game. Makeshift offensive line.
I can't dispute it. The worst they actually looked was against Nebraska. I didn't think they looked bad against Oregon. I know they lost the game. The Nebraska one was the one that. But maybe they were looking ahead, Doug. Looking ahead sometimes. Looking ahead to the trip to Happy Valley.
A couple weeks ago, I would have said Georgia, but is that 2 weeks in a row with 3 picks for Beck?
Yeah, Beck is a serious issue. Yeah. I mean, a couple, certainly in the Florida game, he got hit while throwing it and caused the interception, but he has not looked great. There's been moments where all of these teams have looked like the best. There's been moments where Georgia's looked like the best, Texas looked like the best, Oregon, Ohio State, so on and so forth. But no one's had sustained 3 weeks in a row where you're like, yep, there's your best team. Oregon would have the best shot at that, and that's why they're number one.
I want to see the Hoosiers win it.
So do I.
Wouldn't that be incredible?
I might root for the Hoosiers over Colorado. I think I like Kurt Signature
a lot. They are 13.5-point favorites against Michigan.
Jesus.
Can you imagine hearing that at the beginning of the season?
Maybe hoops, you would think that, but definitely not football.
13.5 points, then they get a bye week, and then off to Columbus. And will it be a day game in Columbus? And if you're pulling for Indiana, you hope it is.
Yeah, I guess for that standpoint you would, but God, that's just it takes all the wind out of your sail when you're kicking off Central Time at 11 a.m. Morning football does not get the people going like a night game.
God bless you. I share your view.
This is frustrating.
Jackson,
see if you can deal with it. This is this impending sense of doom you have.
Here, before we go to break here, I've come up with football guys, like when you're watching the game and you get guys next to you.
What is this right now?
Guys.
You about to do like a bit?
There's almost always guys next to you watching a football
But which
game.
one is worse? So I have guy who constantly says, is the broadcast team wearing whatever opposing team's gear? Is that guy? How about guy when the offense isn't working is insistent on running more slant routes?
Who is that guy?
Oh, it's out there, brother.
Sounds like you're mad about one of your buddies and you're passive-aggressively doling out jurisprudence on the air.
Well, this one is kind of me, guy who plays too much Madden or college football video games, questioning play calls.
Yep.
Guy who played high school football, critiquing the most unimportant techniques of professional football players. Chicken Little guy who deems the game or season is over in the first quarter.
Yeah.
And guy with 100 bets all across the slate cheering for and against every other play.
Yeah, I might be that guy. With like $2 parlays.
Is this which guy do we dislike the most? Is that the question?
Yeah.
I guess I'd go for the slant route guy.
I would love to actually meet slant route guy.
He's out there. A lot more quick routes. They want quick routes, a lot more comeback routes.
He's tired of the wheel routes?
Yeah, they want more button hooks.
Okay.
Yeah, I like that. I like a guy who played high school football critiquing like blocking technique of offensive linemen who play D1 football.
I see in the YouTube chat, Carson Beck looks like a budding finance bro who pays for his natty light kegs with crypto.
Yeah,
that's from Too Fat to Kayak.
People going after his appearance a lot. He's got the sleeve tattoo on one of the arms.
Does he look like a budding finance bro?
No, but there's been a lot of conversation around his look. It's tough to describe. Some people just say he looks like a girl. I don't know.
He kind of doesn't have that stocky, studly look that nearly all of the football players have.
You were super attracted to former Notre Dame and Wake Forest quarterback
Sam Hartman.
Yeah.
Oh my God! How could you not be?
Come on,
that hair. It was like a redwood forest. How thick the roots were. My God, he'll never lose.
Go ahead, Doug. You're thinking about getting up and walking out.
He'll never lose that hair. That'll be his hair forever. That's unbelievable. Sam Hartman.
Well, now how do you know that?
The Morning After 101 ESPN.
A lot of guys in college have fantastic hair, but but you come back in 20 years, not so much.
Not me. I didn't have Sam Hartman hair in college.
101 ESPN YouTube chat wants Jackson to rank the 4 hottest football guys.
Ooh.
That's from the Wentzville Walking
Just
Stick,
like
too.
guys who watch football. McConaughey would be up there. He likes watching ball.
For heaven's sakes.
He'd be way up there. I don't know if I can name 3 other, just guys who watch football. I don't know if I have them.
That you're attracted to.
Oh, boy. Yeah. Oh, man.
Imagine.
Cousin Shane.
What in the world are we doing right now?
Rondo. Yeah, I think those would be my top 3, and then dealer's choice for the 4th.
Dealer's choice. I like that. A good dealer's choice. I think Dr. Brandon Pryor's.
Oh, yeah, he's a Tennessee fan, though, which is...
He's one of our sponsors. Jackson just referred to his appearance, but then doesn't like that he loves the Vols. He built a brand new office with the most modern of technology, with the patient experience at the front of mind. That's at 100 West Dental on Manchester, right across from Munganess, St. Louis Acura, in Manchester/Baldwin, Missouri. No dental insurance. That's not a problem at 100 West Dental. The membership plan aids in the cost of dental work for those who do not have dental insurance. And I think a lot of people get caught up in going, well, my dental health's different than the rest of my body's health, and that is not the case. Bad dental health can affect your body's health. As logical as that seems, sometimes people separate the two, probably because medical insurance and dental insurance can be separated. Well, don't separate it. Make sure it's taken care of, and go to a dentist who understands the patient's experience is the top priority. Go to 100westdental.com. That's 100westdental.com, or call 636-585-0100. It's 100westdental.com. And if you're interested in Invisalign, they're running a special where if you mention my name, you get $1,000 off an Invisalign package at 100 West Dental. It's 100westdental.com. Dr. Brandon Pryor and 100 West Dental. Take a commercial break. Come back with the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today. BK and Ferrari at 11 o'clock. This is TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN. Welcome back. Morning After 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt in studio. Ladies and gentlemen, it is 10:49. Time check brought to you by Clarkson Jewelers. Miss any of the program, you can always go back and podcast like the Dickens. It's brought to you by Schaefer Door Company, that 101 ESPN app. We also have the TMA STL app. Don't forget, coming up here in a week from Friday, and you can sign up your team for the TMA Trivia Night. It's our third annual Trivia Night at St. Gabriel the Archangel. 7:30 is when everything gets underway, and $50. I mean, if you think about going out to dinner and getting drinks, you're going to spend more than $50. But for this, you get the Trivia Night, and your ticket includes barbecue from Heavy Smoke. And that's World Championship barbecue there with Chris from Heavy Smoke. Plus your beer, canned cocktails, and seltzers from Show Me Beverages. That's all for $50. Plus, you can bring your own food and drink. And you're experiencing the aura of St. Gabriel's Gymnasium. Doug, I know you call it the Stitz, named after Monsignor Stitz. And he was the Monsignor there before Monsignor. Did you say Lubali or Lubali?
I don't know these people, Tim. I didn't go to school. Most people don't care about other people's elementary schools.
Wow.
They're called grade schools, Doug.
Wow. That'll be something you'll want to drop out of, Jackson. That's going to be a problem. That is going to be a real problem. Go to TMASTL.com to sign up your team of 8, or you can just you and one other person, and then they'll put you with a team. It's the third annual TMA Trivia Night, November 15th at St. Gabriel's. Sign up your team, get a table at TMASTL.com. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it is time for our Design Air Heating and Cooling Email of the Day. Chairman Kurt, how well did you filter these? Because I feel like there's a portion of the TMA audience that is trying to have certain words read on the 101 ESPN airwaves and making sure that you're really, really filtering.
I put my full trust in JV golf coach and Buck Swope. I've kind of grandfathered them in. I trust them.
But no matter what they say?
Wow.
I skim it.
Okay.
I'll give it a quick once over.
Okay, if you could.
But I think we're good. Filtering was strong today.
Uh-oh.
But what?
What just happened?
I just gave it one of these, Doug.
Okay.
This is going to be played in the courtroom someday.
Oh.
Megan Fox has toe thumbs. Elizabeth Taylor had a mutation of double eyelashes. Is that true?
Interesting.
Doug, is that true?
It's all made up.
Oh.
None of what you're about to read is based on fact.
That might be true, though.
Jane Seymour has 2 different colored eyes. Is that true?
I don't know. Max Scherzer does.
Yeah. Brown eye.
Nobody is perfect, except for Tim. Give him the damn golden microphone. But this email is about the first time I saw a man give another man a hickey.
Oh, come on. We talk sports almost all day.
We are over at my buddy Petey's house for his fall bash. You ever go to Petey's fall bash, Doug?
No, I haven't. Don't intend to.
Autumnal bash?
I don't go, though.
His Uncle Claude.
Where's that coming from, Jackson?
Is it the laptop?
It might be. He's reading from the laptop now.
Yeah, it's true.
His Uncle Claude had fallen asleep on the couch. The man was a tall drink of water. The spitting image of String Bean Aikman on Hee Haw.
What?
I don't remember him.
We did the old feather to the nose tickle trick, and it was a hoot. And then my buddy Butchie noticed Claude had a chubby.
Oh, yeah.
So Butchie decided to strike while the iron was hot. And Butchie pulled off his shirt and covered his face with his exposed chest. He smirked and said, "Welcome to my booby trap."
God.
Just as we all thought Claude would push him away, he wrapped his long legs around Butchie like an anaconda squeezing its prey. In about 10 minutes, Butchie had a giant purple mark on his left naughty pillow from Claude's buck teeth.
Oh.
It was hard to watch for all of us. That's from Ben, and then he's got a last name of Zittim.
Ben Zitimo.
He hits me with his slant route. He puts it in, laying his love on my chin, goes down low, gives me a tug. I loves him much, and his name is Doug. That's from Promiscuous Paul.
Just a
good name, though.
horrendous email.
Really good name.
Among the worst we've ever had.
That's the one I was worried about. If that's fine, we're good.
Yeah, worth it for name alone.
That wasn't fine.
Worth it for name alone. Promiscuous
Paul. It's a horrendous email.
What are you in the clubhouse?
We
for
talked
my money?
college football. We talked the face of St. Louis sports.
Michael Thomas.
We did a little college hoops.
Yeah.
And these are the emails that we get.
It's tough.
Any good ones in there, Tim?
See what Brian Henson has to write. A tough one last night for the Colts. I had him as part of a 3-team teaser.
Oh, those are more profitable than anything, especially once you get into 7 to 10 point teasers.
Yeah, the sweetheart teaser.
Yeah, those are great.
This show's crappiness is infectious. 101 used to be a proper station, and now it's just buzzing and microphone feedback. This is unreal.
Yeah.
Thanks, Anan Young. That's from #1 Asian intern Brian Henson.
Yep.
Brian Henson.
I'm loving these new camera angles in the ESPN studio. Not only can we count how many nose hairs Martin has, we can also see Jackson hold up a whiteboard, flashing signals to remind Tim about important show business. It's so cute to see Jackie Boy light up with pride as Tim perfectly executes a live reader, throws it to a commercial break right on time. He probably doesn't realize he's doing it, but after Tim acknowledges Jackson's scribbled notes on the whiteboard, Jackson looks back at Tim with his grin that says, "I love you, Dad." He reminds me of a 10-year-old sitting in the bleachers beaming proudly as his father legs out a game-tying double in a beer league softball game. Sadly, Team TMA will inevitably lose in extra innings as the microphones keep buzzing and Jackson forgets to actually turn on the YouTube cameras at the beginning of the program. Oh well, you can't win them all. That's probably why some people have called TMA the McNeese State of local radio. Speaking of basketball, like most 40-year-old Midwestern married men, I'm ready for the WNBA to come to St. Louis. Although something tells me Jay Randolph Jr. wouldn't be too pleased about this WNBA rumor if he's still with us. I vividly remember how furious he was when people were excited about the NIT Final Four coming to St. Louis. The real question is, between the XFL and MLS, can this city really support a third minor league sports franchise? We demand high-flying, fast-paced action because we are Chiefs Kingdom. That's from the JV Golf Coach.
Gosh, it was a little long. JV golf coach.
And finally, Sadie Hawkins, Doug. Craig Berube returned on Saturday and received an extended ovation from appreciative fans as the Blues defeated Berube's Maple Leafs 4-2. Mizzou football was idle, but moved up in the rankings and still have a small chance to make the college football playoff, according to some clickbait architect who really isn't locked in on the Tigers' quarterback situation or their lack of any opportunity for a quality win on the remaining schedule. Penn State's head coach James Franklin got into a post-game altercation with a fan who apparently was still upset that Franklin called the timeout in order to ice a kicker up 56-0 against Georgia State 7 years ago. He's a horse's ass for doing that.
Oh.
But I think the lead is that a 50-something restaurant connoisseur has announced that he's bringing back his short-lived brokered radio show with Iggy co-hosting and Cucky the Dwarf handling the technology and stuff. Now, how that will happen, we haven't quite worked out, but I do believe in it. What an honor it is to win the Milagro Tequila Lister of the Month. To quote Vivian Azure, thank you so much, guys. Thank you so much for the nice words that you say. My compulsively emailing into this program all 23 shows in the month of October has been rewarded with a gift basket featuring Milagro Tequila, TMA swag, as well as a nomination for an award at a to-be-announced end-of-the-year award show where one of your producers may or may not convince a woman to spit into his mouth. Can't wait to compete for Lister of the Year against the likes of Mr. Licks, Tucker, JV Golf Coach, the Baldwin Beer Bitch, TMA Kiss Ass #1, Tiny PP, the Balloon Party fan page guy who won January because you confused him with Don PP, and that lady Jen who called in once to let you know that Stephen A. Smith was on General Hospital. Doug, that's Buck Swope, and that's what we have for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day.
Buck Swope with a nice little email this morning. I guess I'll give it to Buck. I guess I'll vote for Buck Swope.
You sound like you're doing so reluctantly.
Well, yeah, there wasn't one that just stood out.
Because of that, I'm going best name. Promiscuous Paul gets my vote.
Oh.
I'm going to go JV Golf Coach. So, Chairman Kurt, you get your first Speaker of the House opportunity.
Buck Swope was the best email
Buck
today.
Swope is one.
Congratulations.
Design Air
All right,
Heating
that's
and
nice.
Cooling email today, and he continues his momentum. There's so many alliances now on this show. I got to keep track of them. Hey, Mark Hanna's with Evergreen Wealth Strategies, and he's a wonderful gentleman. He's online at evergreenstl.com. I regret a number of things. One of them is majoring in journalism. Another one is not having a financial advisor in my 20s. Man, I wish I would have met Mark Hanna back then because it would have put me in a much better spot. Mark Hanna is with Evergreen Wealth Strategies, and he says even if you don't use him as a financial advisor, make sure you have a financial advisor. I've gotten to know Mark over the last 7 years since he's been advertising with us, and he is a wonderful person who runs a wonderful business as well. His number is 314-889-0503, or you can go online at evergreenstl.com. Once you get off the phone with Mark Hanna the first time, you'll realize exactly what I'm talking about. First-class person who cares about his clients and customizes plans individually to the client's needs and not a one-size-fits-all. It's Mark Hanna, Evergreen Wealth Strategies, online at evergreenstl.com. Time for us to go. BK and Ferrario are coming up next. For Chairman Kurt, Jackson Burkett, Martin Kilcoyne, my brother Kevin, Doug LaSelva, and Vaughn, I'm Tim McKernan. This has been TMA, presented to you by Brown & Crouppen on 101 ESPN.